Polito, if you'll come forward, we'll call this meeting to order. Councilmember Wynn. Hello, is my mic working? Nope. This is a first. Hello. Hello.
There's working.
Councilmember Wynn, if you'll come to the dais, we'll call this meeting to order. Welcome to the Monday, August 13th meeting of the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell. I would like to invite Zach Rowland and Pastor Mike Huston to come forward and lead us in the pledge. If we'd all stand and face the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And these two gentlemen have a presentation to make to the city.
Yes, Mayor, it's our privilege and honor to come behind two of your officers in the police force. I'd like to recognize them, Zach Fromer and Trevor.
Gentlemen, come forward.
If you'd stand up, let's give these guys a hand. They're just...
If you're brave enough to charge somebody with a gun, you could come to the dais. So, gentlemen, come all the way forward.
But these two gentlemen, for 6 years, held a vision that the Roswell Police Department would have a SWAT truck. And so someone had given to them some years back a bread truck of which not much was happening. And obviously because of the stringency of our budgets of our city, this was always put at the bottom of the pile and passed over to the next year. Well, these gentlemen, along with some others, have to visit our church presenting what the SWAT team did. And when they did so, we watched them put all of their equipment, their shields, their helmets, in different vehicles. And I said, "Where's your SWAT truck?" And they told us what they had. And I said, well, and sometimes it pays to be ignorant because I did not know what I was getting myself into. I said, well, we'll help you get a SWAT truck, not knowing what it takes to get a SWAT truck. And so we raised about $25,000 from the church, and then we gave it to this man, Zach Rowland, who happens to be part of our church and who happens to do this as a profession. He does $1 million RVs and puts SWAT trucks together. And this man, of his own free will, gave 1,600 man-hours to make this thing happen in 3.5 months. So, Zach, you just take it from here.
Let's give a hand to Zach. I want everybody to know, go back to that last slide, the purple lights under this SWAT truck. No one else in the world has a SWAT truck like this. That travels with the SWAT truck. That's not a special effect, that's real.
Well, Roswell has to stand out, so does your SWAT truck. We put about 1,300 hours of labor in the truck. We've got over a mile of wire, 1,300 pounds of metal, about 3,000 feet of lumber. Altogether, this job would have probably run $100,000 had you taken it to a spot. But Pastor brought it to my attention, and I spoke with my wife and spoke with God about it, and I just got it in my heart to donate the labor because after meeting these gentlemen here and hearing what they go through on a daily basis, things that we would never hear, is very humbling. And then to know just what the city goes through, we just want to be able to give back. So I thank you for your service.
One more hand for Zach. He's done a great job for the city. Zach, don't leave yet. Pastor Houghton, you need to be up here too. Are we making presentations there?
We are.
Well, the council wants to join you because they never want to miss a photo op. So, council, if you'd like to join in for the photo op here, we'll join you down here.
Mr. Mayor, we want to give, as you guys come down, we want to give a special certificate of appreciation to Warren Harvest Church and to Pastor Merrick as well as to Zach Rowland. I think Zach was very humble in his estimate. It was probably closer to $150,000 to $175,000 for this vehicle, of which the city has nothing invested. It's all World Harvest Church. And he really did a fantastic job with LED lights, generators. The day that we received it, it was 104 degrees, and the day before that they closed it up with the air conditioner. It was 65 degrees in there. When these guys, when they have their SWAT gear on and vest and long sleeve shirts on, it gets really hot out there in summer, and we have a lot to be appreciative to both of these guys.
I want to point out that this is a North Fulton SWAT truck for the North Fulton team, not just for the city of Roswell. It's Roswell, Alpharetta, Milton. And Chief, if you can tell the audience what that team's about.
Look, quickly, we had a SWAT team here in Roswell and Milton, and Alpharetta had a SWAT team as well. And as soon as we got here, we wanted to pull together and pool our resources so that we can have, now we have close to a 40-man team, and there's a lot to be involved with that because national statistics says anytime you have a SWAT call out, about a third of your officers won't be available. They'll be off duty, they'll be out of town, they'll be on duty on another call, there'll be some activity. So it gives us a lot of latitude to pool our resources from all the North Fulton cities, and now, together with what they call the North Metro SWAT team, which is Sandy Springs, Johns Creek, and Dunwoody, are now pooling their resources. We're working together with trying to develop intergovernmental agreements where we all pool our resources on big events. Sandy Springs recently had an event where they had 2 hostage situations going on at the same time, and we're calling for other teams when one went down, and the same thing happened again this past weekend where they're asking for help. So it's an idea of all the North Fulton regional agencies working together in a more collaborative way. And it's all because of these great guys over here.
One more hand for these great guys. All right, back to work. Chief, you have something else for us?
I have one other thing. We'd like to ask Mr. Tom Dietz if he would come up with Sharpshooters USA. In addition to Mr. Dietz operating a great indoor firing range, if any of you haven't visited, you need to take time to go out and tour the business and also use some of the facilities. But he's a great partner for the Roswell Police Department and the other agencies in this area. Last month, he sponsored a fundraising event called Keep Our Canines Cool. It's cool with a K. As a result of this fundraiser, he was able to provide state-of-the-art heat alarms for all of the K9 units in the Roswell and Alpharetta Police Departments. Now, let me tell you just a little bit about this this device. It is that units provide a heat alarm, as you can consider being in the southeast. We have a lot of hot days and air conditioners, and some of the cars don't keep cool when they run continuously, and it has a cell phone notification on the officer's cell phone that will notify him of a message that the car is reaching a dangerous temperature and automatically lower the windows down. We have bars so the dog can't get out, and so and it will automatically notify the officer. If he does not respond to that alarm, it notifies a second person, a third person, a fourth person, until somebody activates the alarm and then is able to respond to it. At the same time, that officer of the smartphone has an app, and at any time he can remotely check the temperature in the car in case if he thinks it's getting a little hot or he wants to check on his dog without actually having to walk out. And we just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Dietz and Sharpshooters USA for their donation of the equipment, which for each one of the vehicles in all the cities is about $2,000 a vehicle. And he's buying all the equipment for those vehicles. Thank you. Never want to miss an opportunity to give the politician a photograph.
That's right.
Step in just a little. Ready?
One more hand, trust me. Price, is there a second? Second by Councilmember Orleans. Does anyone in the audience have any questions regarding the consent agenda? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. At this time, we'll call on our city attorney for a presentation on the resolution to call for a bond referendum.
Thank you, Mayor. This would be approval of a resolution to call for a bond referendum. This item would be on the November 6th, 2012 general election ballot and would authorize the city to issue up to $24 million in general obligation bonds for the purposes of public safety, infrastructure improvements, and recreation parks and cultural affairs.
First, we'll call for a discussion by council of a potential list and a potential timing and what the referendum would look like. And I'd first like to call upon Councilmember DiPolito, who is liaison to the admin department, and this falls within his jurisdiction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Lee is here tonight, and he has a presentation to describe the project list. Mr. Lee is our newly appointed department head, director of finance and budgeting.
Thank you, Councilmember DiPolito. Mayor and Council, I'm going to present to you the list that we worked through on last Monday as our work session, and then an additional option that has come up over the past few days, and provide you what the finances look like for either one of those options. To begin, this is the consensus list and where we left it last Monday from our work session. The projects include the Fire Station number 4 replacement. That's the fire station on Holcomb Bridge Road. Improvements to Holcomb Bridge Road at 400. This includes 4 separate items, including ramp improvements, beautification, and westbound lanes. The Adult Rec Center, which includes expansion of the existing facility, including a therapeutic pool. Cultural Arts Center, which is an expansion of the existing facility to include a black box theater with 165 seats. Synthetic turf fields. These are 3 additional fields at East Roswell Park, Roswell Area Park, and Waller Park. And 1 economic development projects for $5.4 million. This particular bond list is $24 million. We divided those projects into what we consider 3 separate buckets. Those are the 3 items that are in the resolution you have before you. It's infrastructure improvements, which apply to transportation, public works, including land, design, development, infrastructure, and facilities. Recreation, parks, and cultural affairs, which includes park facilities, fields, cultural arts facilities, furniture, fixtures, and equipment. And public safety fire bonds to include acquisition of real or personal property, design, development of fire station together with furniture, fixtures, and equipment related thereto. As you can see, those buckets, the bucket related to infrastructure improvements is $11.4 million, recreation is $11.1 million, and public safety is $1.5 million. This is the option that we left last Monday. Over the course of the last week, I think we've had this second item or second list to emerge. Councilmember DiPolito has been working on it. In terms of this project, we have Fire Station 4, Holcomb Bridge Road 400, two projects related to transportation: Eves Road multi-use bike and path lanes. This is from Holcomb Bridge to Riverside on Eves Road. Holcomb Bridge Road multi-use trail. This is from Steepletrace to Holcomb Bridge Middle School. The Adult Rec Center and the synthetic turf fields. This list is for $14.7 million. Two items that were removed from the previous list include the Cultural Arts Center and the Anchor Project. Using the same buckets, the amounts come to $8.7 million for infrastructure improvements, $4.5 million for recreation, parks, and cultural affairs, and $1.5 million for public safety or fire bonds. These would be the items that either one of these lists that we would issue bonds to do construction or work for. I've been asked to look at our fund balance and projects that we have outstanding that we've already committed some one-time capital funding toward. And this is the list. Some preliminary estimate for our radio system improvements is $4 million. Short-range projects include Midtown Gap, SR 120 Trail Red Loop, SR 120 Side Path, Eves Road Multi-Use Path, Holcomb Bridge Road Multi-Use Trail, should it fail to make the first list, and Sun Valley Warsaw Connector. Those total $6.55 million. Some of our long-range plans include Oxbow realignment, $6 million, the Gateway at $17.5, and the Big Creek Bridge and Parkway at $51 million, for a total of $74.5 million. Total funding needs of $85.05 million. I estimate that our general fund balance above policy is $10,595,000. Using the prior estimates from GDOT of an 80% match on our long-range projects, we could potentially see $59.6 million, meaning we have the potential for $70,195,000, leaves us short of about $15 million for our long-range plans. For our $24 million issue, we have discussed that this issue would be, or this bond would be issued in two separate bonds. The first in 2013, the second in 2015. You can see the total use of funds would be $12,168,442 in 2013. That is estimated based on a true interest cost of 1.591%. with an annual debt service of $1,362,000. In 2015, we would issue a second $12 million bond, and that is estimated at 3.183% for true interest cost, with an annual, and that would be a 15-year term for the second issue, with an annual debt service of $1,046,000. Yes, sir.
The plan, I guess it was Plan B. There was a proposal for $14 million.
Yes, sir.
Could you or Councilmember DiPolito, who came forward with this, explain how would that work in this, with this $24 million scenario, and we've talked now 14, and are we talking another issue later? If y'all could explain that. Because I think some folks in the audience might be confused because we've got 24 and 14, and how does this all fit together?
For the $14 million issue, we would propose to do two separate issues in a shorter time frame than 2 years, one of $10 million and one of $4.7 million. I believe this has been referred to as the initial phase, such that we can develop additional projects or vet the projects. I think Councilmember DiPolito can expand on that idea.
Well, Mr. Lee, you can probably explain this better than I can, but the purpose of splitting it into two versus doing a $14.7 million issuance is that we can use a bank-qualified bond. Could you explain that?
Yes, sir. I have this on a slide a little later, but under the IRS regs, we can issue bank-qualified bonds in the amount up to $10 million.
What is the advantage of a bank-qualified bond for the folks in the audience and me?
For bank-qualified bonds, we basically would have a lower interest rate is the basic advantage to bank-qualified bonds.
As opposed to what kind of bonds?
At market bonds, if you will,
So
non-bank qualified.
So you could do a bank-qualified bond, it'd be a lower interest rate, it's also, my understanding, it's a lower issuance cost.
There's, potentially lower.
Potentially,
Yes, sir.
so we can get to the same place and at less costly as a bank-qualified if we go with two less than $10 million issues. So if we went with the 14, how would that be scheduled? Because it would be 10 and 4, or what would it be? What are y'all's thoughts? Okay.
For 2013 and 2014, I'm proposing that we can do $10 million on a calendar year. So the first issue would be $10,003,000. That would be at a 1.418 interest rate or true interest cost. And if we have a referendum in November, we could have this in March of next year. Then the following January in 2014, we could access the remaining funds of $4.7 million at what has been estimated at a 1.407 true interest cost.
Now, if we do the 14 million or the 24 for that matter, have you projected what would be the impact on our total millage rate, our operating and our debt service millage rate, the millage rate that we taxpayers have to pay? What would the impact be?
The interest rate's going to remain at 5.455. It does not
Well,
change.
the citizens are concerned is what would happen to their tax rate, their millage rate.
That it does not change. They pay the same tax.
We're anticipating that we could do either the 14 or the 24 million without a millage rate increase.
Correct. Yes, sir.
That's important to a lot of folks.
Yes, sir.
Mr. DiPolito, anything you wanted to add? I was trying to get, before we got too confused, to try to straighten this out.
Yeah, let me just explain one of the reasons for shifting from a $24 million issuance to a $14.7 million issuance was there was not complete agreement during the work session we had last Monday night as to the project list. And there were a couple projects that are still somewhat undefined, one being the Anchor project, or economic development project that we would like to embark on, and the other is the Cultural Arts Center, which could be part of some sort of a master plan development that could occur around City Hall. Those items are very undefined. They're conceptual ideas, and we thought we were getting too far ahead of ourselves, so decided to pull those out. Now, that is my suggestion. That has not been voted on by council, but my suggestion was to let's stick with a group of projects that have been fully vetted by the community. Each of the items on the project list, Keith, if you could show that list for the 14-7. Each of these items has been brought to the public both individually and also as part of our bond referendum public meetings. So they've been out to the public twice for comment. There's been support on all of these projects, and I believe each of them we have also started some initial funding from a design standpoint. So these are projects that are already somewhat moving forward and are perfect candidates for a bond.
Right. This time, before we entertain a motion for Mr. DiPolito, and after we know what the motion is, I'd then like to hear from the public. But I'd want questions or comments from council as to Mr. DiPolito's. Mr. DiPolito will be, I presume he's going to be making a motion, and it would also be helpful for him to hear your comments and questions before he makes a motion. Or any comments or questions by council? Councilmember Price.
Just a question for Mr. Lee. Now, you said that there'd be no change in taxes regardless if we did the 24 million or 14 million. I mean, at some point you have to pay the piper, so it's got to be a shortfall to make up somewhere.
For the 24 million, we would be moving millage rate from debt service, or for the 14.7, to the general fund M&O, such that we can institute or do a pay-as-you-go capital program with that additional millage rate.
Mr. Lee, do you have a slide to that effect?
This would be the millage rate for the 24 million. This millage rate is built based on when we would issue bonds and the point in time that we would begin our debt service. So in 2014, our debt service would move from 1.396 to 0.945, and then 0.322, and then 0.56. The 0.56 supports both issues, both the first $12 million issue in 2013, as well as the $12 million issue in 2015. The 2013 issue is a 10-year term. The 2015 issue is a 15-year term.
Let me see if I understand this. The reason that we can do this, as I understand it, is we were paying off current debt. So the current debt service will go down. And we're, in essence, we're eliminating current debt service. We're taking on new debt service, but at a lower level, so that we can actually anticipate some cost increases in the general fund and still maintain some debt at a lesser level.
Yes, sir, that is the case.
So we believe on conservative projections that we can maintain, we can issue up to $24 million in new debt and maintain the same debt rate because we're paying off, we're on the verge of paying off existing debt. Is
Yes.
that a fair statement?
Yes, sir, we have paid off the fees, our 2002 bonds, and we have 2 additional years on our 2008 bonds.
Councilmember Eichelhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to clarify that because that's the way I see it, that we are replacing debt that we are currently paying off. We still have to make that decision in the future as to what, if there is a switch between the debt service and the M&O, because I'm not sure I support that. So I want to make clear we are not doing that in this. We are dealing with what is being paid off.
You're correct. That is a separate vote by mayor and council.
And that is a later discussion that some of us will have. Thank you.
Well, if we do incur this debt, we will have to come up with the debt service millage rate is going to be defined by what the debt is. We're going to have to cover that.
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, what we may do with the overall, the general fund millage rate, we're subject to a vote every year, but once we incur the debt, we don't have the option of changing what it's going to cost to pay it off.
No, sir.
That's correct, but that does not impact what that millage rate needs to be because it's already covered in what is existing debt service millage rate.
I'm not following you.
We don't have to increase or decrease that amount on the debt service because it's already in what's in our current millage rate. And it will be paid out of what's already assigned in that amount of a debt service.
Yes, in terms of the overall millage rate, it remains 5.455. The percentage that is related to debt will actually go down.
Correct. But it's within what is currently designated as being debt service.
Yes, sir, it is.
And that is not changing the rest of the millage rate.
Correct,
at
yes,
this
sir.
time.
Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's probably easiest to take a look at the chart. And if you look at 2013, which is the year that fiscal year we're currently in, we have 1.396 dedicated specifically to debt service. The blue section is maintenance and operating. Then in subsequent years, the yellow is our new debt service payment. So there is additional amount available for either maintenance and operating or additional capital projects. And that's the discussion Councilman Eichelhardt's referring to is there's going to be money left, and we need to decide, does that go into a capital reserve? Does that go into operating? We just haven't had that discussion yet.
Other comments before we entertain a motion? Councilmember DiPolito, do you have a motion?
I have a motion. I move that we approve a resolution to call for a bond referendum in the amount of $14.7 million in the amounts, would you put the buckets back up for me, please? $8.7 million dedicated to infrastructure improvements, $4.5 million dedicated to recreation, parks, and cultural affairs, and $1.5 million dedicated to public safety.
Right, and when would this vote occur?
In the general election in November.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Wynn. I'm going to open it up for the floor, but is there any amendments that anyone would like to make to this motion at this time, or you can make these amendments after you hear from the public? Anyone wish to make any amendments to this? Propose any amendments? Councilmember Price.
I just want a clarification. We've got buckets with numbers attached to them. Do we have specific projects attached to that?
Yes, as I understand it, that would be the project list, if you'll go to that slide. That's the project, that's the specific project list.
And that is, I mean, that's not how it's going to be on the, if this passes, that's not how it would be on the ballot. So if someone sees the bucket description, how do they know where it's going? And how do we know where it's going, for that matter?
Nathan, if you could respond to that.
The actual question that would be on the ballot for the people to vote on would be much broader and would cover basically all the buckets in one question. So it would not be project-specific, but it would be for those purposes.
I would propose, I cannot make an amendment, but I would like to see that this modified to say that the ballot would be, three votes would be cast. And let me give you a little history. The last bond issue that we did with the city of Roswell, there are actually two questions on the ballot. Do you approve $30 million for parks and about $2 million for public safety? Both of those passed with almost a 90% approval rating. We gave the citizens the option to not just choose to do one bond issue, but we gave them those choices. The issue before that was also broken down into questions. Bill Johnson was the gentleman who recommended that we do that way, and we were successful. I would like to see this council vote on this to say so much, $8.7 million for transportation, $4.5 million for recreation, and $1.5 million for public safety, and give you, the citizens, the option to vote for all or vote for none or pick and choose. I believe that's respecting your decision as a voter, giving you a say in what to do, and I trust y'all. And if you support them all, that's great. If you don't support one, that's your money. It's not my money. And I would encourage this council to consider voting in categories. It will also assure you that it's been in categories. And I would suggest that to council. But I don't see any takers. All right.
Question?
Yes. Yes, Councilmember Price.
Thank you. I guess the previous list that Councilman DiPolito presented does not have Cultural Arts Center on it. However, this bucket with this figure affixed to it does. So somebody might see that and say, I don't want a Cultural Arts Center, I'm going to vote against it, when in fact the Cultural Arts Center isn't even part of it. So how do we know where? I feel like there's a disconnect between our buckets and the specific list that Councilman DiPolito has presented this evening.
Councilmember DiPolito, do you wish to respond?
That can be removed from this bucket, and I think when we get the final wording put together for the referendum, it will be consistent with project list. For purposes of presentation, that was left in here inadvertently.
The title could change to Recreation and Parks for that particular budget bucket.
So, before, I'm going to give the council another opportunity to have any amendments, questions, or comments before we open it up for public comment. As I understand it right now, the motion is to approve a bond issue for $14.7 million to be voted on in November, to include the projects listed. Mr. Davidson, if you could explain to the public how binding is that project list? What does that? How does that project list affect how the money can be spent? And if you'll turn back to that project list so they'll have it in front of them.
Well, this project list would be up to council to spend the money in this manner. However, the question that would be asked on the actual issuance would be broader than this. Sometimes there might be leftover money, might not be this actual dollar amount, but it would be spent in the same category. So if the fire station came in at 1.3, we would still have to use it for a fire station or a public safety issuance. So it would still be a fire station. That's how it's worded on the actual question.
So in the actual question, would there'd be one vote, 3 categories, and so if you had money left over from public safety, you'd have to spend in public safety.
If there was 3 separate questions, if there's one question, it could be used for any of the public safety, transportation, or recreation.
So if there's one question, you can take money from transportation to put into cultural arts, or money from cultural arts to put into transportation if there's one question.
If cultural arts was included, but it would take a vote of council.
Well, recreation. You can
Yes.
move money from recreation to transportation that's voted on as one category. Councilmember DiPolito.
Mr. Mayor, my motion was to word the referendum so that each of those categories had a specific dollar amount. Is that something that is possible within this referendum?
That question would go to not Councilmember, our attorney, not to me. And I'll let him answer it.
You would be severely limiting your ability to do anything other than you'd be forced to spend $1.5 million on a fire station and furniture and equipment. Or you could use that money to pay off the bond if there's money left over. So you could word it directly that way. It would be very limiting on the city's ability to do it, but you could.
Well, the discussion we've been having as a council is to allocate those dollar amounts to each of these buckets. And I think there's a comfort level that we plan on spending those amounts in those areas. So I think the wording can be broad enough so that if we complete the fire station, it could be spent for public safety. But I wouldn't want to have a significant amount of funds move from public safety to another purpose. Can we accomplish that?
Have to work on the wording, but yes, probably.
Ms. Love.
Councilmember DiPolito, and to the point of Mr. Davidson, the resolution that would be approved has the buckets with those dollar amounts, so whereby you could move money from category. Your intent is stated in that resolution of the amount that you plan to spend in each bucket. At the beginning of the resolution, the ballot question and related to how the Department of Justice approves that and we move through that process is a little separate, and it is broader for the reason that the city attorney stated, to allow us flexibility to not be bound in the event that we get really positive bids back and we do save money in one area. We could not move money around unless the council makes an approval to do that. So that would not be something at the staff level or that any one individual council member could do, but we would have to come back related to projects. And a good example in the transportation project, let's say we had the bid come back and we thought it was a $1.5 million project, came back at 1.2. Well, with the extra $300,000, we could enhance that project, such as make the trail wider or put amenities on the trail, or perhaps do another segment of the trail in the area that we had not anticipated being able to do, but it's still in that bucket of infrastructure. So I'm sure Mr. Davidson, as talented as he is, could work the question, but it makes it very cumbersome from the ballot question standpoint and moving through Department of Justice.
Well, I think if we have it listed here in the resolution, which I see, I have a copy of it that you pointed out, thank you. I think we're making a public commitment that that's what we're going to spend the funding on, so I'm comfortable with that.
I'm suggesting you make it even simpler than that. You have three ballot questions, and then you have a guarantee that it's going to be spent either on public safety, and the money that goes to public safety is public safety. The money that goes to transportation stays in transportation. The money that goes in recreation goes to recreation. If you put it on 3 ballot questions, and it's 3 different borrowings, and I would encourage the council to consider that. Other comments before we open up for public comment? Councilmember Diamond.
Since I've been fairly vocal on the Cultural Arts Center in our discussions about this, I don't want anybody to think that some of the things that we've talked about previously are not still seriously considered. There's been some inspiration that has come from one of the plans that we had done recently that caused our staff to come up with some really interesting ideas about a project that could be a catalyst in our community. And I think we all feel like we'd like to really vet that out and hopefully include a cultural arts component. There's just a whole lot that could happen as a part of that. So while there may be things on this list that you feel that are not on this list right now, it's very possible that they're in that mix and that we'll be coming to you, in months to come with some really interesting things for you to look at and give us feedback.
Any further comments from council before we open it up for public comment? Councilmember Price.
I'm sort of concerned that a number of these items are wants and not really needs. As we saw last week, the T-SPLOST vote failed, and I'm sure it failed for a number of reasons, but not necessarily because there were items in there that would have helped Roswell that we did not want. I think it was a total picture of voting that down, but those items in there that would have helped Roswell and that we've needed for a long time, and I think I ran on that 3 years ago, South Atlanta Street and Holcomb Bridge at 400. And I'm glad to see that we've put Holcomb Bridge at 400 in here, but I think we've got a lot of need at South Atlanta Street for commuters and just a number of reasons that safety with that reversible lane, et cetera. So I'm sorry to see that's not on the list. And I see that Councilman DiPolito has added 2 other transportation projects. But if we're so specific that if the trail segment only costs $1 million, and then we, quote, enhance that project with $500,000 as opposed to putting it somewhere else where it could be really needed or is really needed and could be used, I just hate to see us limit, especially since that vote last week, I hate to see us limit ourselves to what might have been more ancillary or lower down priority projects and not put them in the areas that we really, really need. I just feel that this list has got too many wants on here, not needs.
Any other comments? Councilmember Diamond.
I'd like to clarify, because one of the reasons that I understood we did not have the gateway on there was because we were at the design and right-of-way acquisition stage, and that was not looked upon as a good bond candidate. Am I mistaken? So I guess, much like this other, it's not that it's not on the list, it's just not ready. The bonds have to be spent within a certain amount of time, and having some things that philosophically may not always be on your bond project list allows you to use other funds to do things that you might not be able to do. So it's a matter of we have a total number of projects, a total number of resources, and we're trying to maximize each one. Am I correct on the design?
You are correct. We do not believe we're at a point to where we could spend the money in the 85% in the 3-year time frame. Majority of the work for that particular project would be intangible. There's no tangible that we can take to our rating agencies or to market, if you will.
Other comments? Any other comments? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add to that I had mentioned earlier that each of the projects on this list have already been completely vetted through the public. There also has been design funds expended on these. So these are projects we're moving forward with. I'm a full supporter of the Historic Gateway. That was a project that was started while I was liaison to transportation, so there's probably nobody on this council that supports it more than I do, certainly some that support it as much as I do. But we're just not quite there yet for that specific project. And there are some other good projects that are in the works, but we're not quite there yet. And the reason for this list is to narrow it down to things that we can get started on immediately that we've already started expending funds on to get started.
Any other comments before we open it up for public comment? Councilmember Price.
Well, in response to Councilwoman Diamond's comment about the design and right-of-way, et cetera, in all 3 of these various possibilities for the wording in the referendum, they all include cost of acquisition, design, et cetera. So it sounds like that's not impossible to put that into the project. So that, to me, is a little bit of a disconnect. Also, the items that Councilman DiPolito mentioned, the ones that were in the blue there, those originally, way back when we first started looking at this, were pushed out much farther in the second referendum. So I guess I'm wondering from him what priorities he has placed on that, or what priorities at what point would we put priorities on, which is in the first half, the 10 million, and which is in the second portion, the 4.7.
Councilmember DiPolito, I want to give you an opportunity to respond, but first Kay would like to respond to the technical question about what can bond funding be used for and how the rating agents look at it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Price, to your point related to right-of-way acquisition specifically, or real property or design, it's not that it cannot be, it's just all about timing. So what the rating agencies are looking at, and certainly the underwriters, of what plan do we have in place to be able to accomplish the project in the required amount of time so that we meet the required arbitrage spend-down requirements. And if the project is such that we can move from right-of-way right into design, or it's shovel-ready with construction, it's much easier to sell that as a plan. But what we could do, and the reason that this is in there, is it allows a flexibility that should the timing of the project, any of those transportation projects line up, that we spent some general fund dollars for right-of-way acquisition or design, within 18 months of us issuing bonds, we could declare our intent up front under the Treasury regulations and reimburse ourselves from bond proceeds. That's a very traditional way to do it. For the Gateway project, we are not in a position to do that. That's why specifically for that one that we did not include it in this package of the $14.7 million.
Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I mentioned earlier, some of the projects that were higher on the priority list when we went through our work session fell off because they're not at a point where they're ready to be placed on the bond. It was suggested to me to add these two projects because they're all ready to go, they're in design, and we can move forward on them fairly quickly. So it was a suggestion, I thought it was a good one, so they're on my proposed list.
If you'll repeat the question.
Which did you propose to put in the first portion, and which in the second?
I think the question has to do, if we do a 10 million and a 4 million, how would you propose we sort this out on this list? My guess is that 400 Holcomb Bridge improvements, that's not going to be ready for all 6 million in the first 2 years if I know the state DOT and requirements. So that would be an obvious one to me, is we can commit 6, but we'll be lucky to spend 2 within the first couple of years because DOT takes 5 years to approve anything.
The 400 has 4 separate components, so they could be broken into their individual pieces as we move forward with the bond issues.
The reason for, once again, the reason for splitting the bond into 2 issues was in order to a bank qualified loan, or bank qualified bond, excuse me, and to the maximum amount we're allowed to have each year is $10 million. So we split it. First year would be $10 million, the second year would be the balance. So that's the reason for splitting it. Otherwise, we would just go ahead and fund it all at once. We haven't gotten to the level with the staff to decide which one of these projects specifically would come first. Once they're all approved, then the staff can get together and really start working on a plan for spending those funds. But they essentially would all get approved. If this list is approved tonight, they are all approved, and then staff would work on which ones could be done most efficiently and start working on those immediately.
I think Kay Love has a better theory on how to time the borrowing and the expenditures. I think she's with this bank, because this is a new concept to me.
You're absolutely right, Councilmember DiPolito. That would be the staff's intent. What we had talked about before, whether it was bank qualified or non-bank qualified, particularly on Holcomb Bridge Road, is we would not be in a position to spend $6 million up front, and we would issue, in the first issue, a portion thereof, approximately perhaps $2 million, and we need to refine that exactly. And then on the second issue the balance of them. Some of the other projects may also be split. The advantage, as you mentioned in the bank qualified, is that's a $10 million per calendar year, so it allows us from a cash flow standpoint to be able to better match those, because we could issue towards the end of a calendar year and then at a beginning of a calendar year, depending on when the projects were ready, and we could slice and dice that depending on the estimated requirements for the project. But until we know the final project list, as you mentioned, we can't determine that in finality.
Other questions or comments before we open it up to the public? Seeing none, if you would like to speak, raise your hand, come forward, give us your name and address, and I'll hear from you. And I'm going to recognize a couple of people, but I'd like the folks who want to speak to start moving up to the front. And this young lady to the right here.
Good evening. My name is Janet Russell. I live at 260 Willow Springs Drive. That is not in Willow Springs subdivision. First of all, with regard to the comments about the improvements of the historic Gateway area and South Atlanta Street, I want to remind each of you and everyone in this audience that we are not making those improvements for the benefit of the commuters who pass through our city. It is for the benefit of the people that actually live there. There are thousands of residents, and we have been ignored for the 40 years I've lived in my house in that area. So please, when you make your considerations, remember there are human beings who live there. They don't just leave exhaust and go to Cobb County. They don't leave their dollars either. Secondly, I attend a lot of these meetings, as you well know, and I attended the work session last week. It's good to see a crowd here. I know they're all here for the bond issue, because you might as well have been talking Mandarin for the last hour. But I have a question. I have attended many meetings regarding a water treatment plant in this town. And as you know, there are 27,000 addresses in the city of Roswell, 22,000 of whom receive their water from Fulton County. The other 5,700 approximately receive it from the city of Roswell. The plant is aged, from the 60s, I guess. And the city, about 5 years ago, proposed a $8 million bond to upgrade that to provide the 5,700 addresses with water, which currently costs us per 1,000 gallons more than the Fulton County water does. The last meeting you had at the Adult Rec Center, the price of that water treatment plant went from $8 million to $16 million, and I asked Ms. Love why, and she said, well, we've made some adjustments and improvements. At that point, I asked Ms. Love if she lived in the city of Roswell, and she did say yes. And I said, from whom do you get your water? And she said, Fulton County. So without a show of hands, I probably can guess that no one sitting on city council, except perhaps one, gets their water from the city of Roswell. That said, I haven't seen any mention of a $16 million bond up here in addition to this one for the water treatment plant. So what is the status of $16 million in addition to this?
It is not part of this bond issue, and we do not have time tonight to discuss the water issue. That would be discussed on another night. But that water plant is not part of this bond issue.
Okay,
that's the short answer, and that is the answer.
Okay, well, I think it's pertinent, Mayor Wood, that we have such a large group here who are mesmerized by these numbers. And I think it's important when you start talking about $10 million, $14 million, $24 million, that there is another $16 million bond that's going to come up, and it will affect our taxes.
All right, Ms. Love, we do have, the council has imposed time limits, so I want to explain as each person gets up what those time limits are and how it works, because a lot of you haven't been subject to the time limit rule.
To the left of you on the wall is a clock that has 5 on it. That's 5 minutes as a time limit. At the podium, you'll see a little black box that has 3 lights on the top, green, yellow, red. You'll see the green light go on when the time begins, and the clock will begin counting down from 5. At the 2-minute point, the yellow light will go on. That's your 2-minute warning. And then when the time is up, the red light will go on, and the mayor will manage you at that point.
All right. I have someone who's crouching ready to speak. If he'll come forward and identify himself, he may speak.
My name is Lee J. Howard. I'm the chair of the Cultural Arts Board, for those of you back there. Couple of clarifications. First of all, Councilman DiPolito had mentioned several things that I didn't quite hear the same way. One was that there was an agreement on the projects that were removed, and in fact, there were no unanimous projects that I got, and all 6 city council members did support the expansion of the Cultural Arts Center at last Monday night's meeting. Having said that, it's really just a point of clarification. I understand that there's a lot of opportunity with the Gateway Civic Square project. I also wanted to point out that one of the things that Councilman DiPolito said was that the projects that were moved were conceptual. The addition to the Cultural Arts Center is certainly not conceptual. It's bricks and mortar. There's a plan there. It would take a little bit of work to tweak it and finalize it, but I think all of you have the opportunity to see it. The other comment that I wanted to clarify was that there was not an opportunity for public discourse, and of course the Cultural Arts Center expansion was included, and all the bond referendum projects in the public discourse that the city made available late winter, early spring. So having said that, I get the big picture. I know it's kind of vague what could be possible, and I know that everyone up there, mayor and council, supports the expansion of the Cultural Arts Center and the arts in general in Roswell, but I do want to point out a couple of things. One is that even with a entirely new performing arts center, the 165-seat proposed black box addition to the current Cultural Arts Center would provide much-needed space for the city of Roswell and the growth we're looking for, and we do need the enhancements that are mentioned in the $6.6 million project. They're going to have to come from somewhere, or the building will slowly just, I don't want to say crumble to the ground, that would sound a little dramatic, but it wasn't just the black box and all the other additions. We do need money to maintain the building and to improve it. Also, even with the long-range possibilities of whatever could happen in the Historic Gateway plan, that's going to be a long way down the road, and we will see surrounding communities surpass us in what they make available in the arts and their performance space if we don't do something. So I know the whole Gateway plan is going to be spoken about later tonight. I found out a lot about it today, and I appreciate those around here who have called me to tell me about it. The last thing I really want to say is that I trust the council to look at the big picture. You know way more than I do about the big picture. I have been working on the Cultural Arts Center for 9 years, so I probably know more about that. But I know in the big picture of Roswell, we're all committed to the same thing. I do feel I feel extremely strongly that putting in $600,000 for the design phase would be quite prudent. We will be just way behind if we don't put that in now in terms of planning for the future. If we put in the design phase now, these lights are just really fun. I'm on yellow now for those of you who are paying attention. It allows us to plan the future. If we have the design phase, it's not going to be, remodeling the kitchen and then realize 3 years later that you should have planned the whole house because the colors in the kitchen don't match the living room and all of that. So that's just really what I wanted to say is please consider minimally putting in $600,000 for the design phase, or we're just going to really fall behind. That's it. Thank you.
Who'd like to? Councilmember DiPolito.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to clarify when I said some of the projects hadn't been fully vetted. Each one of the projects that we had discussed Monday night had been vetted through the bond referendum hearings, but not all of them had gone individually, and the latest iterations of the Cultural Arts Center in particular have not been seen by the public, so that was the intention of my statement.
You see a hand? Yes, sir. Come forward.
Lou Oliver. I'm here to speak to a couple of issues. Number one, I think, as Ms. Price articulated, the Gateway project is of major significance. Gateway, as opposed to a lot of what we've done here in the past, is not about the expansion of suburban sprawl. It's about the repair of our core, which we have, as long as I've lived here for 18 years, I'm not crying sour grapes because I've been part of the process too. But for a long time, we have expanded Roswell in a suburban automotive fashion. Gateway is the first major project that we've all kind of devoted ourselves to that will actually start to rebuild the core of the city, which is vital to our future, to our attractiveness to new residents, to new business, etc. So maybe this is preaching to the choir right now, but I don't think we need to ignore Gateway for too long. The second issue is the Catalyst project in Roswell. There have been a lot of people for many years working on this idea and have not articulated it such that it's really manifested in one spot. But there's been talk of it, and there's been recently some designs for the Catalyst project, which transportation made a stab at recently in engineering and did a very masterful job at it. This project can be the nucleus for the transformation of the city. And if you haven't noticed, Sandy Springs is on the bandwagon, Norcross, Woodstock, and God knows, Mableton. It is Roswell that is behind at this point. We need this project, and we need to get it out of the clouds, and we need to get it funded. As far as I know, most of the project is actually on city property. And so the question is, why do we have to shove it off into the future? It's on paper. It's been on paper for quite a long time, and the community has supported the idea for years. It's just that it's now on paper. And is there anything we can do to fast forward this? We don't need to circumvent it any longer.
Mr. Oliver, if you're talking about the transportation design to create a new intersection in front of City Hall, we plan to put that on a work session on the 27th. There's the possibility as far as design work, if approved by council, we can proceed from the general fund with design work, as Kay said, until you actually have a plan. It's hard to get the design. It's not really subject for these loan approvals. So I am a strong supporter of transportation's plan for a new project up here. We'll see how the council receives it at this work session. I would encourage you to come.
Perfect.
We can proceed if the council chooses it to fund the beginning of the design, but it is too early to actually commit to a project before this council has even seen what that project is.
Fair enough. Okay.
Any hands up? Yes, sir.
Lee Fleck, Martin's Landing. Councilman Price, happy birthday. I'd first like to say, and 2 weeks ago I was here, and if you remember at that time I agreed with you 100% as far as what caused the the T-Splosh to fail. I'm going to need this. Can you disconnect that? And you made the point that our legislators were at fault for not taking on the responsibility and passing that responsibility, that vote on to the public. This is exactly what you're doing with this bond referendum. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad there's a lot of you here. Can we get that focused? How do we do that? I hope this clock isn't running while we're trying to get the equipment working. Ladies and gentlemen, what I have here before you is actually a pro forma, and what that is a financial analysis that's conducted by the people like Mr. Lee. This one was done in June of 2008, okay, by his predecessor. And at that time, it was projected that when the debt service was paid off, there would be additional revenues. The blue line is revenues over expenses annually. I contend that this $14 million is absolutely unnecessary. Okay? Now, what I've done is I've taken this here and I want to blow this up so that you see those numbers down below. And what that's saying, you can't see it, but at any rate, this is 2014, this is 15, 16, 17, etc. But right there, it's showing excess revenues of 5.9 million, 5.9, 6, 6.1, 6.2. This was projected back in 2008. Now, council's going to say pro forma is just for discussion purposes, but debt service and millage rates are pretty constant. The only thing that's going to change pretty much is the property values. Again, the following year, in 2009, the date on this is June 15, 2009, and this is page 6 from 16 pages of minutes, and this is where Mr. Lee's predecessor, Mr. Irwin, said that in 2014, at that point, the city pays off a debt and 1.396 mills is able to move over into operating, giving a positive of $5 million a year. The next year, fiscal year 2011, we have the exact same picture again. This now is $5.7 million in excess revenues when they roll over the debt service millage rate. And you heard tonight the only one who objected to that was Mr. Agelhart, expressed concern about rolling over the millage rate into the O&M. Okay, that's where they take the debt service, 1.39, and instead of retiring it, like instead of removing the toll booth on 400, they just keep it rolling and they put it over into operating money and keep that money. Okay, now, this is 2011, and the bottom statement here says debt service is paid off in 2014, and the debt service millage rate is redirected to the general fund beginning in 2015. As I said, again, that figure is $5.7 million. Now, this year's budget, this is the one we're in right now, budget 2013, it states the existing debt could be paid off in 2014, that's next year. The fund balance using the fund balance to pay off the debt owed in 2013. Right now, the city has enough money in reserve, $6.7 million, to pay off the debt all next year. There it is right there. The only debt that will be owed is $4 million in 2015, and as you said from those statements, they could pay that off next year. My point is, the $14 million bond, and my question to you, Keith, is I want to know the annualized cost to pay off on that bond over what period of time. Now realize that the city takes in, with the current debt service millage rate, approximately $6.3 million. So when he gives you that answer, and I guess it's going to be, I did some rough figures, maybe 1.5 mil, the rest they're going to keep. That's your tax. They're going to keep it. Okay? And this you have to understand. In the first 2 years, 3 years, they will have to get enough extra revenue to pay off everything that they proposed here tonight on a $14 million bond. So what you heard here tonight is yaka, yaka, yaka. Thank you.
The $14.7 million bond issue in two separate issues. The first issue is for the debt service would be $1,087,000 annually. The second issue would be $520,000 annually, $1.6 million annually for 15 years.
Thank you, sir. Who'd like to speak next? Yes, sir, come forward.
Jake Lilly, Roswell Station. So what I'm about to say is not popular, but it is true, and it's consistent with both my principles and the principles upon which this country was founded. Now, principally, I'm against debt, and this bond is something that I personally would not vote for. But I'm not here to argue that point. Instead, I'm here to challenge you as our council to work together to find an alternative solution for funding these projects, and if you can't, then have the courage to go on record and take an actual vote as our council for or against this bond. So why might this not be a popular idea? Well, ask any modern-day American what form of government we have, and he will likely tell you that we live in a democracy. While our system of government does include democratic elements, the framers of America, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, John Jay, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and George Washington, would tell you a different story. You see, the America that they founded was not designed to be a democracy, but instead was designed to be a constitutional republic. So what's the difference between a democracy and a constitutional republic, and why does it matter? Well, first of all, we have to understand democracy, and that's an easier system to explain. Simply put, democracy is a system in which majority rules, also known as mob rules. In a democracy, there is no need for elected representatives because public policy is created by public initiative and popular vote. It is then the role of government to carry out the will of the majority. So how does this contrast to a constitutional republic? Well, in a constitutional republic, representatives are elected by the people through a democratic process. These representatives are then entrusted to create public policy on behalf of the electorate and within the boundaries of the U.S. and state constitutions. You see, in a constitutional republic, while the election of representatives is a democratic process, the creation of public policy is not. The founders actually held democracy in contempt. They saw democracy as a system in which the will of the majority would be imposed upon the rights of the minority. By contrast, in a constitutional republic, the rights of the minority are to be protected from the tyranny of the majority and within the boundaries of the Constitution. Now, some will argue that the decision to take on $15 million worth of debt, which is, bond is a fancy word for debt, is too important to be left in the hands of politicians. And quite frankly, that's a tough argument to overcome. I suggest to you that we elected mayor and city council to make exactly these types of decisions. City council was not hired to make easy decisions. There is no need to hire representation to work through issues where everyone is in agreement. City council was hired to work through the difficult issues, develop solutions, and ultimately make tough decisions that might sometimes be unpopular. For those of you who attended Roswell Rotary last week, Stacey Abrams, House Minority Leader for the Georgia General Assembly, addressed this very issue of representation when she responded to questions from the audience on the subject of T-Splost. Representative Abrams explained that while she was in favor of the idea of T-Splost, and she ultimately voted for it in the referendum, she actually voted against House Bill 277, which was the bill that authorized T-Splost to be placed on the ballot as a referendum during the July primary. Now, this may seem strange to some people, but Mrs. Abrams went on to explain that while she was in favor of T-Splost as an idea, she recognized her responsibility as an elected representative of her constituents to work through this issue on their behalf, because that was the job that she was hired to do. This is a position that I admire very much, and I applauded her for what she said. But our state legislature did not agree with Mrs. Abrams, and as a result, Georgians spent millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of man-hours, and more than a year embroiled in a debate that ultimately divided the citizens of Georgia. Now, T-Splost is a good analogy here, and we learned several good lessons from T-Splost. So what did we learn? There are a lot of lessons here. I'll just pick a few for tonight. Number one, there is no appetite among voters for new debt and new taxes. Now, this creates a problem for those projects on this list that are actually worth funding. Here's why. The intent of this bond is to fund a list of capital projects. But when voters go to the polls in November, nobody's going to cast a vote for or against a project or even a set of projects. They are going to cast a vote for or against a $15 million bond. And that's a tough sell. So I think you're actually taking a big gamble by putting the source of funding for these projects on the ballot as a referendum. And I think some good projects are going to be unfunded as a result. I actually think you would have a better chance of funding these projects if you look for alternative solutions that aren't tied to a bond initiative. Number two, voters rejected the idea that there is no Plan B. And I think that you should too. In fact, this council has proven their ability to find creative solutions to tough issues. And I want to emphasize this. Just 2 weeks ago, you tackled a very polarizing issue of security for Roswell City Hall. This is a perfect example of mayor, city council, and the city staff working together to come up with a Plan B. This was a great example of effective government, and I truly admire your ability to satisfy the concerns of both parties and ultimately reach a consensus. I have other points which I will not have an opportunity to make tonight, but quite frankly, I think this is your responsibility, and I think you would have a better chance at funding these projects if you took this back and then worked this out another way.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. Mr. Lilly has suggested that perhaps the council should make the decision to borrow this money without taking it to a referendum. Mr. Davidson, is that legally possible?
In order to issue bonds, it has to be put out to the citizens for a vote.
I'm not suggesting necessarily a bond.
Thank you, sir. I know you're looking at other alternatives. I'm not aware of any. If you are aware of any other possibilities where money is available for these projects, I'd love to know what they were, but the state's not giving out money, the federal government's not giving out money, and World Harvest Church was very helpful with fixing our bread truck, but I'm not sure even if every church and synagogue and mosque and Sikh temple in Roswell pitched in, we'd even get close. So I'm not sure what that other creative alternative is, but I'm open to ideas. Who'd like to speak next? Yes, sir, come forward.
Hi, my name's Kate Thacker. I'm in Bristol Oaks. My first city council meeting, so why not jump straight to the podium? So I've got 4 minutes and 55 seconds, so let's just cut to the chase. If Mr. Fleck is correct in that in 1 year from now that we will pay off our debt and we'll have 5 million extra per year, I think is what Mr. Fleck said, then at that point if we wait 3 years, Mr. Fleck could tell me if it's right, but I thought it was 5 million. But if that's correct, then why not wait 3 years, have the money in cash, and pay for the projects? You're only asking $15 million. If that's the case, why not we pay as we go? So I'm going to be very simple. You said a minute ago you didn't know other options. There's a very funny Steve Martin joke about saved money on the internet and where does it come from? And it comes from savings. So very simply, I have 4 minutes and 11 seconds, so I'll get to ask you guys questions. So why not do it that way? Why not wait and pay the money? Okay.
And if the council wishes to chime in, you raise a good point. There are two options available to this council. They can either borrow the money or pay as you go, and you are accurate. That is an alternative, and that will be a decision for the citizens to make, to say, do we pay as we go? The advantage of accelerating these things is you'd get the improvement now. There would be $1.5 million a year cost to borrowing this. It is a very low interest rate, but it is not zero. There is a cost, so that is an option to pay as you go. But there's no option to accelerate them. But you are exactly right. This council could choose that route. They have chose to go with a bond issue, and the citizens can either choose to support that or not.
Okay, then that would be very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I think I would like to see you guys stand on conviction, and cash is always better than credit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak? I see no hands up. We're going to close the public comment portion. This time we'll return to council. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or any further amendments would be entertained by council at this point in time. Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Lee, could you clarify if we do not issue bonds, how much cash would be available each year?
Currently, the debt service, we collect about $6.3 million annually. Based on the $24 million issue, we would have 0.56 would be our millage rate. That debt service is $2.4 million. If we do the 14.7, the debt service is $1.6 million. So it's $4.7 million annually that if we choose to move from debt service to M&O would be available for capital projects or maintenance operation.
Thank you.
All right, you lost me.
Let me see if I understand this, and then as I understand his answer, if we chose to pay as you go versus borrowing, we'd have about $4.7 million a year, which we could pay as you go for capital projects?
I was saying if we issued the debt, there's 4.7.
No, you didn't issue any debt. How much money would we have if we kept the total millage rate the same, but paid as we go versus borrow?
$6.3 million.
$6.3 million. We could, and Councilmember Eichelhardt is right, we could either choose to spend that on capital, spend that on other programs, or we could reduce the millage rate.
So
Councilmember Diamond.
My follow-up question?
Councilmember DiPolito.
So if we issue this debt, how much cash would we have, and how much goes toward debt service? Because we're not using the full $6.3 million for the debt service, so how much?
That's correct. If we issued this debt, we would have essentially $15 million in cash, borrowed at 1.4% interest. In addition to that, we would have $4.7 million annually if we so choose to move that money to the general fund to do a pay-as-you-go program or to fund the maintenance and operations.
So in lieu of having $1.6 million per year, we would be getting 14.7. So that's roughly 12 years. It would take us to build out the same project list.
Correct, yes, sir, from the $1.6 million.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments from council? We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Eichelhorn.
Thank you. We have operated in many ways as a pay-as-you-go operation for most of what the city's done. The bond that we're just paying off, well, there are different pieces of it, but in large part it paid for what is now Big Creek Park, which was almost $30 million, which we did not have the cash at that time, but it has made a huge impact on this city. And we have not talked about it tonight. It's been through the long process that we've gone here, but if we look at all the things that are on a list of projects to be done, which are debatable as some people would think could be wants versus needs, but it's well over $200 million. And in order for us to actually accomplish a lot of the things that we're talking about in some of the gateway projects and others that are major projects for the city, we could pay as you go, but we just simply don't have that amount of cash to do that anytime soon. And so this is an effort to make some of those things happen sooner. And frankly, I was ready to say that we should not, well, last week when we talked about it, that we should not move forward in November. We should wait until next year because there's so many things that are uncertain, particularly a lot of these bigger projects. But the projects that are on this 14.7 million list have been around, in some cases, 10 years, others 2 or 3. And we have been intending to do these for a long time. We've been hoping to do these. They have a purpose. There's large support from the ones that we have brought out to the public. And there are things that, again, some could debate need versus want, but certainly the Holcomb Bridge and 400, I think all I would say is a need. But the other elements are also critical for several elements of this city, and this is just part of that. So I am supporting this as it stands now because I think this smaller, as we call them, buckets, are things that can be done now, will help us now, and frankly, as we go forward, and this will be a debate for all of us to have, how much of that, in terms of your millage rate, is it go up or down in terms of taxes you pay? We'll determine that. It's not being determined tonight. But also those bigger projects, if we really want to do the things that do the upkeep for maintenance, a number of things, capital projects that we think need to be made for the city, we simply don't have the cash in any reasonable time frame to do those. So we are making that decision, and I think, to Mr. Lilly's point, if we could vote for it, and essentially we are, I'd say yes, vote for it, we'll take that decision. But based on the state laws of Georgia under this element, we're making this vote to then bring it to the public to make this go forward. So I do support this as it stands.
Councilmember Diamond.
I think what some of may got lost here is, as long as this discussion has been, it really belies the years of discussions we've been having about how to fund facilities and services for the city. And this is just one piece of a matrix of things and just a few of the projects. We have great leases, we have grants, we have matching, we have leveraged in all kinds of ways. Aside from this is just a piece of the whole puzzle. And I think it would be uncomfortable to me in that our citizens voted years ago to put a piece of their millage rate into debt service. And to pay that off and continue that without input from the voters again that they want to continue having bond debt service, I would be uncomfortable just rolling that into the millage rate and going from there without coming back and talking about it. I think, you voted for a bond, the bonds are coming to an end. Before we decide what to do with that money, I think we need to ask the citizens. So that's why I'm supporting this.
Councilmember Orleans.
Yeah, I think our philosophy in Roswell has always been to pay as you go as best we can. I think we've done a great job of that over the years. We have had bond referendums in the past. It has always been spent on the big dollar capital projects, the things that you don't always get the money through the operating budget every year, enough of it to carry over to do these large capital projects. Actually, I was one that felt we should do a lot more than the $14 million because of the opportunity of interest rates, and because we're paying off bonds, the millage rate would not be affected, and it has nothing to do with moving over the millage debt service to the maintenance and operation service. That is a whole another discussion if and when we ever have it. But when the bonds are paid off currently, those millage rates go away, so it's not a matter of us automatically being able to take that money and move it over to the normal operations year to year. So the opportunity is to get the large projects done with the approval of the voters, that these are projects that we've been vetted out, have had public hearings on. You know, we started with, I can't remember, I think it was $200 million in projects. So it's not a matter of not having things that we would like to get done for our citizens, and many of them are transportation projects. The Gateway project we were talking about earlier, I think that's $18 million project. North Bridge over 400 to help alleviate congestion, to help economic development, to help turn around some questionable areas. That's a $58 million project. So I don't think we're trying to borrow money indiscriminately. I think we've looked at it very, very thoroughly. As I said, with today's interest rates, I think we should be borrowing more and get these projects moving and get them done with the thought process that our money that will be coming in later on will be at a lot better interest rate for us. So anyway, I think we're always on the outlook for how we're spending your money, spending it wisely, and trying to do it with a full discussion and all sides of it heard. So we are making those decisions the best way that we can up here. Thank you.
Councilmember Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. You had a slide up there that showed how we could actually leverage our monies on fund balance. And right there, this is what I want everybody to see. We're looking at $10.6 million that we'll have in general fund, but we can actually, if we can do what we can do with the 80% with monies, we can actually take that $10 million and leverage it to almost $71 million. So yes, we do have Plan Bs, Plan Cs, Plan Ds, Plan Es. We're taxpayers up here too. This is our money too. I pay my taxes. Everybody up here pays their taxes. And what we're trying to do is do the best thing that we can do for Roswell. There's congestion in Roswell. We need to fix that. There's a lot of things that we want to do. Pay-as-you-go, yes. But that's just one component. The bonds with the pay-as-you-go, with leverage on money like Mr. Lee's showing here, this is how we're going to make Roswell even a better place to live. And I thoroughly support this bond.
Anyone else wish to comment before we take a vote? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had my doubts about this bond on Monday night because I think we were headed in a direction where we had too many things that were a little too gray for me, and I'm kind of comfortable with, or I'm very comfortable with where we wound up with this because I think it's pretty black and white and what we plan on moving forward with. And to me, this is about the future of Roswell. When we sit up here as a council, we're always thinking not about what this step is, but we're thinking 4 and 5 steps ahead. This project list, you see some short-range projects that we have all deemed are important. Oh, where'd you go? I was using that list you had up there. All of these short-range projects we feel are important. Well, if you look at that combined with a radio system that we need to have, that uses up all the fund balance we have. So from that point forward, even if we dedicate the entire $6.3 million every year, it takes a long time to get up to the $70 million. It takes a very long time. Now, you'd say, why are we spending that money? Well, these things are important. They're transformational for this city. Our city's great right now. We could probably do nothing and have a wonderful city, but we want to make it even better. So some of the things we want to do, this Oxbow improvement, one of the long-range improvements, some of you may not be familiar with that, but if you're driving down Highway 9 south of City Hall, you come to that little turn at the bottom of Highway 9, and Oxbow goes down to the left, the churches are up on the right, and it's terrible from a safety and transportation standpoint. People take their life in their hands just about every day trying to make a left-hand turn there. And that's a real problem. It's been a safety problem for a lot of years. And we've been working on solutions for that. We've been trying to figure it out. Our staff came up with an absolutely brilliant solution. And $6 million sounds like a lot of money. Well, it's going to take a lot of work to get it there. But that will fundamentally change what's happening on that corridor and in the surrounding area. The Gateway is the same way. We have the reversible lanes. Those have been a safety nightmare for decades. What a problem those have been. Well, we're putting together a solution finally that we can do something about, something that is context sensitive. We've had a 100-member committee working on this, putting together plans to create not only a transportation corridor so people can drive through to Cobb County, as Ms. Russell mentioned, but we're really looking at the entire city. How's this going to impact the whole city? Mr. Oliver mentioned how important that was because it will transform the area from the square down to the river. Those are the kinds of things we're looking at. They're transformational. Big Creek is adding another bridge just north of Holcomb Bridge. That is enormous. That, along with the $6 million we have in this proposed bond referendum, are just the tip of the iceberg to fix that intersection. That intersection has been a problem for decades. Well, we finally have put a plan together where we're starting to get some movement there. But we don't have the funding for it, so we have to do something. So this is just one piece of an overall puzzle that is helping transform our city to make it better and better. Because it is a great city now, but let's make it better than it currently is.
Anyone else wish to comment before we entertain a vote? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Councilmember, that is unanimous. Congratulations, Councilmember DiPolito, on bringing this council from a confusion last Monday night to consensus and unanimity tonight. That will go a long way in helping get approval for this bond issue, that show of a unanimous support for a list which you developed with the help of council. I'm going to take a break here after we finish the Administration Finance Department. And Councilmember Price, would you like to comment?
Which of the three, well, I guess the first two are gone because of the dollar amount, but is the third one the wording that we want in the referendum? For instance, it still says cultural arts facility, which is fine with me.
We're going to change the cultural arts. We're going to pass a bond resolution to one vote to approve all the up or down all the projects, and the project list will be the project list which was shown on the slide. And cultural arts will not be part of it.
You won't be signing it tonight. Yeah, I understand. But, okay.
All right, if you'll call the next agenda item, Mr. DiPolito, we'll take a break after that.
The next item is approval for the mayor and/or city administrator to sign a contract with Aetna for group health benefits and approval of the City of Roswell Employee Benefits Program for the period October 1st, 2012 to September 30, 2013. Mr. Roach, I understand you have some good news for us.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilmember DiPolito. Mr. Mayor, City Council, this item is for renewal of our employee health and ancillary benefits for the coverage period beginning October the 1st. We went out to the market through our broker and solicited competitive bids from all carriers for each of the lines of coverage: health, dental, life and disability, and vision insurance. Those negotiations started at a double-digit % increase. I'm pleased to recommend to you this evening the option to move all lines of coverage to Aetna with a modest reduction in our overall health insurance spend of about 0.5%. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Council, any questions? Do we have a motion?
Mr. Roach, I find it amazing that in years when insurance seems to be going up and up, you were able to find a decrease, so thank you very much. I move to approve.
Motion to approve, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Orleans. Does anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Yes, come forward, please.
First, I have a question. It's a quick one. Sorry, everybody.
this benefit, this new project...
If you'll give us your name and
Janet
address,
Russell.
please.
Haven't changed addresses since a half an hour ago. Or for the last 39 years. Quick question. You're lowering the rates. Congratulations. We all know everything's crazy. How is this going to affect the employees and the percentage they have to pay? Because every year they don't get a raise for the last 5 years, but every year their health benefit premiums go up. So we have some of the poorest paid police officers in metropolitan, in municipal Fulton County, the second from the bottom, and every year their insurance premiums go up.
The question was, and the employees did get a raise this year, the question was, how is this going to affect the employee share?
Yes, sir, and I appreciate that question. There will be no increase in the employee share of the premiums this year, no increase in the premiums, period. There'll actually be a modest reduction in the premiums with no changes in the plan design.
That's good news for all of us. Anyone
Yes,
else
sir.
have any questions or comments? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Is the proposed 38 layout subdivision, which was submitted to the Planning Commission. This was the one that staff had reviewed its conditions on. This is the 38 lots. With this proposed application, there are 5 requested variances for the R3A zoning classification. The minimum lot size width is 60 feet. 80 feet. They are requesting a 60-foot minimum lot width. The side setback requirements for R3A are 10 feet. They are requesting 7.5-foot variance. They're requesting a minimum open space requirement to be reduced from 25 to 15, and the maximum lot coverage to be increased from 25 to 30. They're also including setback reductions for the required building setback and buffer setback from building setback of 50 and 40-foot buffer setback down to a 30-foot buffer setback and building setback on the southern and western property lines. Staff recommended approval with 15 conditions to this application. It was reviewed by the Planning Commission. Their recommendation was for denial. These are the first 5 of the 15 conditions. The first condition deals with the site plan. Second one recommends that remove the cul-de-sac and make a road access to Kent Road. The third and fourth condition deal with transportation improvements on Kent. They also deal with, fifth condition is requiring right-of-way along Kent Road. The sixth condition recommends the accesses to Idris. The seventh condition deals with the access through the subdivision to the parcel to the north. 8 and 9 deal with preliminary plat requirements. 10 deals with an open space requirement to be maintained by the HOA. 11 requires that the HOA record the final plat. There should be a steep slope analysis requirement for the property to the east of Idris, also requiring sufficient water improvements and detention ponds to meet the requirements for stormwater management. We've also required landscaping and fencing for condition number 14. Condition number 15 is a 20-foot landscape easement along Idris. I'm providing this table to show the actual minimum lot sizes. We are dealing with an R3A, which requires a 9,000 square foot minimum lot size. There have been numerous discussions dealing with what would happen with an an R2, 12,000 minimum lot size, or an R1, which would be an 18,000 minimum lot size. This provides the acreages and the minimum lot sizes in those 2 zoning districts, as well as the minimum lot widths and the standard setbacks for those R2 or R1 designations. That concludes staff's presentation. If you have any further questions at this time.
Councilmember Price.
Can you clarify what each of the east, west, north, south, surround properties, what are they exactly on here? What would their equivalent be?
What would their zoning category be, or what
Right.
would their minimum lot size be?
Well, just for apples to apples, I know they were all Fulton County Annex, but what did they work out?
And then in the report there, we can see from the plat what the lot sizes are, or the zoning is on these properties.
This is the Wexford location. It's R1. They would have a minimum lot size of 18,000 square feet. These are the larger AG1 parcels. This is the Eden Wild. It's actually developed under the county R4, R4A designation, and it has parcels anywhere from 9,000 to 18,000 square feet. The R3 Hamilton Commons has the 18,000 square foot lot sizes.
Okay, and the A on there means what?
AG1, which is
the A that's in the applicant, in the application today?
that is the R3A designation. If you look at our table of residential categories, beginning with the E1, that is the largest 2-acre parcels. It transitions to the smaller residential. The R3A is a category that includes numerous other uses that would be allowed. This applicant is requesting that it be limited to the single-family subdivision that they are proposing. The only difference between the R3A and the R3 is the density allowable, 8 units to the acre, and R3A would allow 5-unit acre density.
Any other questions? Councilmember Ippolito.
Thank you. Mr. Townsend, you referenced the 2030 Comprehensive Plan, which is a designation of suburban residential for this property as well as for the surrounding properties. Can you summarize what is typically included in suburban residential, or what are the requirements for future development under that?
Is required in the character area of the 2030 plan. The suburban residential would allow any of our residential zoning categories. It would allow also for some neighborhood commercial uses, very similar to like Sweet Apple Village, that location. It would also allow for schools and parks and those type of governmental facilities in that area.
So it's fairly broad?
Yes.
Are there any specific requirements relating to new development?
That is left up to the council's determination.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions to staff? Seeing the questions, we'll get to the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm Doug Dillard with Wiseman, Noack, Curry & Wilco. We represent the applicant. I think Brad's done a good job of introducing the project to you. I'm going to call on Paul Corley, who is the actual applicant and representative of Edward Andrews Homes, to come and give you a little history, background on what he does, how he's doing it. We also have our engineers available here tonight to answer questions relative to transportation, environmental issues, and the like. I want to first say, though, that we agree with staff and we accept all the conditions, and we would ask that you zone this property in accordance with staff's recommendation to 38 units on this property. I want to also talk about how this is consistent with the densities of surrounding and nearby properties. You're going to hear arguments that that's not the case. I want you to pay close attention, though, to not only what they say, how they say it, but what the true history is for these subdivisions that surround this property. I think you also need to be mindful that this property has remained AG1 for all these many years. And the Corley Cook family has owned this property for 77 years. They're entitled to develop their property just like other people in Roswell have been able to zone and develop their property. All we're asking you to do is to be balanced, to be fair in your analysis of this land as it relates to the neighborhood in which it's found. And we think that at the end of the day, you'll confirm the staff's recommendation, reject the recommendation of Planning Commission, which in our opinion was irresponsible and unresponsive, and zone this property in accordance with our request. So I'm going to call on Paul Corley at this time. Mr. Mayor, what are our time restraints here tonight?
Policy is the applicant does not have a time limit. That does not mean we want you to go on and on. Each individual, whether they are, and once you make your position, I will expect your organization not to put up folks doing public comment. But for public comment, either for or against or questions, they're limited to 5 minutes. But you are not limited in time.
Okay.
But you are limited in the attention span of this council.
I understand, and you've been through a bond hearing, and I understand that. We do have engineers here, and the environmental, surface water runoff, and transportation issues have been important. So Mr. Ken Wood has dealt with that. I'm going to ask him because, Jackie, correct me if I'm wrong, the transportation agreement with DOT has not been forwarded to council. Is that right? Okay. All right. So we need to relate that to you. And the issue relative to the size of the lot, what's going to be put on it, and the quality of the home is best addressed by Mr. Paul Corley. I'm going to call on him at this time to come forward and talk about his organization, the history he's had in the Atlanta region. He's certainly recognized as one of the real quality builders, and the fact that he's still building homes is a real tribute, not only to his ability, but the sustainability of what he builds. The other side of it is that we would like to reserve some time, Mr. Mayor, as you feel compelled to limit for rebuttal. So we'll try to limit our presentation.
We do not limit to rebuttal, but we limit to only rebuttal and not new information in rebuttal.
We will do to the extent that it's duplicitous, we'll do that. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to come up and talk to you tonight. Certainly recognize this has been a controversial zoning. I've had a lot of controversial zonings. I haven't had one over 38 units, but it's a different time. I have been in the business, in the residential development and home building business since 1998. I've been exclusively here in Atlanta since 1997. We've completed over 40 communities and over 4,000 lots and homes. I've developed in 12 municipalities, including the city of Roswell. One of the first communities I ever did was Estates on Eves Road. So I'm familiar with Roswell and lived here for several years. We are seeking your approval for 38 homes on the approximately 16-acre piece of property. And I want to talk a little bit about what it's like to develop a small development in today's world. It's obvious we're coming out of the worst economic recessions, real estate depressions in history. It's very difficult to make any project, let alone a project from ground up, successful. The places that are being successful in Atlanta today are the A locations. And I determine an A location by the best job centers, the best schools, the best amenities, both infrastructure, shopping, the like. Roswell happens to be one of those locations. Your challenge is that you have very few pieces of developable property left. You have redevelopment and you have small, what I call infield tracts, which this piece certainly qualifies as an infield piece of property where it's been passed over and we're coming back in to fill in on development. We spent a lot of time getting a project approved financially these days is extremely difficult. So we've spent a lot of time on our market and your market and our market research determining what would be successful. The average home price for homes built since 2000 in the Roswell High School District for the last 12 months was right at $300,000. our new homes will range from 2,400 to 3,800 square feet, and we'll start in the low threes and hopefully get into the low fours. We started, as staff put up there, with the original plan of 46 units. The allowable density under R3A is 5 units an acre. The allowable density under R2 is 3.63 units per acre. We were at 2.89. We had several meetings with the adjacent neighborhoods. We certainly have worked hard previously and wanted to work hard on this zoning case to be sensitive to their needs. After meeting with the adjacent property owners and subsequent meetings with staff, we revised our plan. One of the main things we did was we made all the lots that were abutting adjacent homes a minimum of R2. They are all 12,000 square foot lots on the exterior abutting existing residential. We also, certainly there was concern over the zoning designation R3A because the A stands for attached. Our intention was always single family. We've added conditions, not only that it would be single family, we've increased the minimum on square footages. We're trying to ensure that a quality development is built. Also, there were some the transportation issues and the stormwater issues. We spent a lot of time with your professional staff, your experts, working through a workable plan with both transportation and both stormwater. And I think if you'll ask them tonight, we've reached consensus. The opposition had, and I don't want to speak for the opposition, so I won't try to, but I will raise two objections that I know that are there. Number one, the R3A, what precedent does it set along Eatrice Road? I believe if you ask your staff, currently your zoning ordinance just does not provide an adequate infield zoning category. They're actually in the process of redoing your ordinance. I understand we tried to quickly put to bed that we had no intentions of doing attached product and have stipulated in the conditions that it will be single family, indeed restricted to only single family. The other main objection that I've heard is density and lot size. You've heard staff. We're very similar in density. We're less than half of what is allowable by R3A, and we're a full unit less than R2. The adjacent lot sizes per staff are very similar to what we are proposing. I believe this plan absolutely deserves approval. It meets all the conditions of your staff. You've got recommendation of approval from your staff experts, the people that were trained to make these decisions. We have also had numerous professionals work on land use, on housing studies, on transportation, on stormwater, trying to address any concerns that might be out there. The plan is consistent with your comp plan. The densities are similar. You recently zoned a piece of property on Rucker Road at 3.29 units per acre, and I recognize that I'm surrounded by three of your largest master plan communities. I'm not asking for 3.29 units per acre. I'm asking for 2.35 units per acre. I think it's certainly consistent. Mr. Dillard mentioned the Corley Cook family. I think the man deserves the right to sell his property and expect a reasonable value and a reasonable use. A lot of these folks that are in the audience tonight, when Edenwald was zoned, when Wexford was zoned, when Hamilton Commons was zoned, they were mostly all farms out here. It's an infill piece of development. We've made significant concessions from 46 units to 38. We've made commitments to both your Public Works Department and your transportation to make improvements in both stormwater and in transportation. And the thing I'll ask you to really consider tonight, because you're going to hear a ton of opposition, does it matter if it's 3 units or 2.5 or 2.35? What should matter is what the quality of the development and the quality of the homes are. What should matter is, do we meet your criteria? What should matter is, does your staff of professional experts recommend approval of this project? And they do. And all three of those are yes. There's a lot of people in the audience that say no. You have a tough job, but the three things that matter are absolute yes. I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. We'll reserve our remaining time for rebuttal. We do have our engineers here to answer any questions that might come up. We do anticipate that there'll be issues relative to sewer, environmental, surface water runoff, and transportation. We're prepared to address all those. I think it can better be done in rebuttal than it can be in presentation, so we reserve our remaining time at
Yes,
this time.
sir. All right, at this time, if there are a number of people, I'd like you to, yes, Councilman Orleans. Yes, if the council has any questions for the applicants, we'll hear them now. If the applicant can return, and Mr. Dillard.
Mr. Corley.
I think Councilman Orleans and maybe some other council members have questions.
Sir. Mr. Corley, maybe you can explain to me, looking on the chart earlier, with our different zoning categories, and going from 1 acre, 18,000 square feet, 12,000 square feet, 9,000 square feet, and so on. You're asking all the way down to 3A as the zoning category, and then on top of that, you're asking for variances to make the width narrower, to shrink them down even more. Can you explain why you need to go that way, or what the thought process is behind it?
Absolutely, and it's a good question, but let me give you one example. R3A, R3 attached, allows 5 units to an acre with, Jackie, a 80-foot minimum width size on R3A? Is that the minimum width size? That's a complete contradiction in that zoning category. There are a lot of contradictions in an R3A. You could never obtain a zoning with an 80-foot lot that would exceed 3 units per acre. If you had a perfectly flat piece of property with no streams, you couldn't exceed 3 units an acre. It's just the R3A, and I'll defer to staff, it was the best. When we came in and met with staff, we recognized that the R3A would certainly, with the attached part, would set off some red alarms, but it's the only thing that's there, besides going to R2.
I guess it's not really giving me the logic of going to even smaller dimensions than what's already there when it's already one of the smallest zoning categories we have.
It will not allow, when I did my original plan, let me answer a different way, of 46 units, it came up with a density of 2.89 units with the variance. It's just, the zoning ordinance is not efficient.
Let me take a shot.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me take a shot. Mr. Orland, when you look at the variances, you got to take it in the context of, are the requirements for side, front yard, and rear yard and buffer realistic? Are they just arbitrary numbers? And when you look at what's around us, to require an 80-foot lot when you don't have that requirement in Edenwald or in Wexford, when you look at a rear yard 50-foot buffer when there's no buffer required in Edenwald or in Wexford or Hamlin Commons, and when you take into consideration the fact that given the lot sizes and the environmental pressures that are put on relative to environmental floodplain and that kind of thing, when you actually can go down in one of the 3 of those subdivisions to as small as a 4,500 square foot buildable area in a lot that's pretty well consumed by non-usable land. So when you look at our 15% requirement for open space, and it's higher than Edenwald, which is 5%, it's higher than Wexford, which is 2%, and it's higher than Hamilton Commons, which is 10%. So when we looked at the surrounding development, trying to make this consistent with the overall role of single-family detached residential in an urban atmosphere, we're talking about gateway, and we're talking about mixed use, and we're talking about all that kind of thing. Yet we got to deal with what you want in a city, an urban environment, relative to traditional suburban concepts which have proven not to work. So when you look at the overall environment of the subdivision within which we're going to be developing this property, it's really, with the variances, has more open space. The side yard setbacks in Edenwald are 7 feet. We're 7.5. The Hamilton Commons and Wexford are 10. So the variances are very consistent with overall development of the community. Staff recommended that. we feel like that those standards, the front and side yard setbacks they're just arbitrary numbers. They don't really relate to the protection of the public health, safety, and welfare, which is what they're proposed to do.
Any other council members have any questions? Councilmember Diamond.
Yes, sir. I guess I'm following up on the variance question. I mean, in the past, we've done variances like this because we were saving trees, because we were doing putting parkland in. Is there any of that I'm not seeing? I'm seeing a couple of detention ponds. Part of our comp plan talks about open space and tree preservation. Is there any opportunity for that in
Well,
your
I
plan?
think that there is an opportunity, and like I said, we're providing 15%, which is a minimum of 5% more than the surrounding subdivisions. So we will have an opportunity to do that. Also, I think we've got to look at that surface water runoff and how we deal with that drainage issue, and that will take open space in order to provide that.
And can you tell me, I saw in the application that you'd had attempts to market the property as it is. Can you tell me about that?
To my knowledge, I don't know what attempts have been made to market it. It's zoned AG. The family is ready to sell it. I don't know that there's been any listing or any marketing for it.
He's tried to sell it previously. I mean, obviously in the last 5 years it hasn't been.
How has that been done? Has there been a sign somewhere or an advertising, or can you tell me anything about that?
But look, wait. But let me just say this. This is very clear. This is very important from a legal standpoint. We're not claiming that the failure to market or be able to sell this property is justification for the rezoning. Tapp versus Atlanta is a very clear case on that point. Because I'm not aware of whatever efforts have been made to market the property. In our opinion, that's irrelevant. Because what we are trying to do is to try to bring it within the framework of the urban core that you're suggesting in your comprehensive plan. This application is consistent with your comprehensive plan recommendations. The densities that we're talking about are under what your plan recommends. It is under the surrounding neighborhoods. And so whether or not they've tried to sell it is irrelevant. Your inquiry is limited to whether or not the AG classification is proper.
Well,
and if
when
it's
your
not proper, then you
application,
should
sir,
rezone
says
it.
that you've tried to market it, I think it's reasonable to ask what that was. That was my question.
And I'm just saying, I don't know. But Ms. Diamond, I need you to understand very clearly
I hear you.
that whether we tried to market it or not has nothing to do with whether the property is constitutionally zoned.
I have one other question. On page 5 of 19, I'm assuming this chart of the surrounding properties and the sizes came at the beginning before the application was adjusted for lot sizes? Because I heard you mention that the total density per acre is 2.35, which is a little less than what's printed here. And then it's split up between the two properties. Can you give me those numbers of the two different tracts?
How they're split. Well, it's pretty obvious that the density across the street is a lot less with the 4 units than on the other side where you've got over 30 units. So
But I guess
the density over there, but you've got those environmental impacts that you've got to deal with.
But when you're purporting that it's 2.3 per acre and the majority of it is .83 here, I'd like to get that number, but I'm assuming it's a little more in your favor.
We're 3 on the west side, and we're 1 on the east side.
Okay. I think that's all I've got. Thanks.
Councilmember Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Dillard, I noticed on page 16 of 19, sewer, that there's a moratorium in the Little River Basin. And with this type of density, there's no way that you can do any type of septic tanks.
Right.
Because of the requirements that
Yeah,
Fulton
we
County
wouldn't want
has.
to do that anyway.
Exactly. And then I see on, when you were doing your application signature page, it says that you're going to look at this later to see how we're going to do this, but I think this is a question of, you can't build unless you have the sewer. So have you worked this out with Fulton County, or where are we right now on the sewer issue?
Obviously, we got to have sewer. We got to work with Fulton County to make that happen. The Little River Basin, we understand that capacity. We will have discussions with them relative to sewer taps that have been sold and not used, and the opportunity that we might have to purchase those. But we obviously cannot build this property without sewer. But we feel like that's a permitting issue, that's not a zoning issue, and that is something that we must comply with as a part of the development of the property. But in order to go forward and try to secure those taps, we need to have zoning in place in order to spend the engineering money necessary to do it in a proper way.
Well, I agree with you, because you and I have known each other for a long, long time, so, I understand about the zoning versus the permit, but that's still a question that I needed answered. One other
And we
thing-
were involved in the Little River plant
Right.
when setting down was done, and then when it's been expanded, so we're very much aware of it all.
And another question on one of the variances, variance number 5. My understanding, you want to take the setback buffer from, I'm assuming that's a cumulative total of 90 feet down to 30. Am I correct?
No, it's 50 feet. You
Okay,
talking about the
so
rear yard
okay.
buffer? I don't have them in front of me.
Okay, this is how it reads, so if I can get a clarification, I'm sorry, Brett, I should have called you this morning and asked you. It says a variance to establish a 30-foot setback/buffer along the southern property line. This is a reduction from the required 50-foot setback and 40-foot buffer. Well, setback buffer is two different things. So tell me what is our requirement?
It was my understanding it's a 50-foot buffer, it was a 50-foot setback of which there was a 40-foot buffer. What we're doing is dropping that down to both a 30-foot setback and buffer.
They are not cumulative.
Yeah, they're not,
cumulative.
no.
Okay, so it is...
So there wasn't 90 feet sitting there.
So in the
Yeah.
50-foot setback, there has to be a 40-foot buffer according to ours. But according to the variance, it's a 30-foot setback/buffer. So how much is a buffer, how much is a setback?
It's all buffer, and it's setback as well.
They're one and the same.
They're one and the same.
Well, to me, buffer and setbacks are two different things, but
Well, I
that's
know,
mine.
but Ms. Wynn, let me just try. So what we're going to do is we're going to use that 30 feet as a building setback, but we're also going to use that 30 feet as an undisturbed buffer. Okay? So within the
you're talking
setback
building
is going
setback. You're not talking construction-type setbacks. You're talking building setbacks.
building setbacks, right?
Okay. But you're still going from 50 down to 30, am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Does the council have any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Dillard.
We'll
You
reserve
have
some
already
time for
reserved
rebuttal,
time.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
At this time, if anyone in the audience would like to speak, either for or against this, or have any questions, I'll recognize those. But to move this forward, after this first person, I'd like you to move to the front row. I'm going to recognize folks on the front row first. Who would like to speak? Yes, come forward. If you're not on the front row, you're not going to get called until I've finished the front row.
Hi, my name is Ronnie Orston. I live on Kent Road. I hope most of you are familiar with Kent Road. I know the mayor is familiar with Kent Road. People
bicycled on Kent Road.
bike there, walk their dogs
Just to
there.
remind you, I'll give you a little extra time. Everyone is on a 5-minute clock.
Yes, I know, and that's all. I don't even need that. I have this, though, for Councilwoman Diamond to show that there has been no effort to sell that property in the typical way you would be selling a residential property in any... I'm a real estate broker. There are a lot of people, and I don't know where they are, who had fabulous things to say about why this doesn't conform, and it doesn't conform in so many ways. There might be a couple of lots somewhere hidden in Edenwild that are 9,000 square feet. I'd like to know where they are. I'm sure they're lovely, but I have not seen any. We are mostly on acreage in the surrounding area. I'm really not interested on what's over on Rucker Road, which is one of the areas they used as a comparable for the size of properties. If you drive down Etris Road, you're going to see beautiful homes on either side of Etris Road. If you drive into Hamilton Commons, I adjoin Hamilton Commons. I'm not in a subdivision, but the two homes that abut my property are over an acre. That's what the neighborhood consists of. But I'm going to leave that to hopefully the people who are going to show up for that, because nobody really addressed Kent Road and the impact this is going to have on Kent Road. It's one of the last remaining, as you know, dirt roads in Roswell, which people enjoy differently than they enjoy a typical road. The kids from Roswell High School and the track and field jog on Kent Road. There are turtles on Kent Road. It's like living in a little part of Roswell, that Roswell is so proud of its green space that we have on Kent Road, that is lacking in most other places, and we have it. There are 6 homes on Kent Road, 2 adjacent properties that don't front Kent Road but are on Kent Road, and 1 unimproved parcel. Until not very long ago, there were signs that said no through street, and there was a very good reason for that. Is this on? Why those signs disappeared, I have no idea. It's a very dangerous road to drive on. The kids come down that road at 50, 60 miles an hour. The speed limit's 25 miles per hour. What my husband and I did was we went out and measured the road. Applicant would have you believe that Kent Road can handle their guesstimate of 340-plus trips, I'm not familiar with those terms, per day. At least half of those are going to be on Kent Road. These show, and I'll be happy to give this to you as a copy, the depths of the ditches and the widths of the road exactly measured, and I have pictures to verify it, where at my driveway alone, the road is 15 feet wide and the ditch is 44 inches deep. We have had cars flip in those roads. The road is constantly eroding because it's dirt and gravel. We're all fine with that. But the city of Roswell has told us they do not have the money because you are responsible to maintain the road. They don't have the equipment, they don't have the gravel, and now you're going to add 170 to, I'm telling you, way more, because it's a cut-through between Etris and King. More cars on that road with man-made erosion. We're going to have no road left. And then you guys are going to have to deal with the fact that we have no road left. And right now we're very happy, so keeping us happy is probably a good idea. This was taken yesterday. I do not know who that is. This is not a setup. We were out there, I know who this is, with our car taking pictures. Do you see the problem? 2 cars in opposite directions cannot safely pass each other at even 25 miles an hour. We who live there know that. We look out for the dog walkers, the bikers, the joggers. We welcome them. I ask them to leave their cars home, but we welcome them. You have to stop and carefully pull over to avoid ditches like this. I came down from my house one day and a car had flipped over in front of my house. The 44-inch ditch that is now on that right side, at that time was probably 30 inches. But because of natural erosion, and we handle a lot of the water runoff, that ditch is now 44 inches. We cannot handle the traffic. And now they're requiring them to put an entrance, and this is wrong for more reasons than just Kent Road. It's just I needed to address Kent Road with you. It's so completely wrong for the area. What they're creating with the water problem in the area, this is Kent Road. There is a big water problem here. Your own water department, boy, I'm so glad I wrote this. I'm done?
You can wrap up.
Okay, so for more reasons than not, and which is why it was denied at the last meeting, please consider carefully before you approve this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who'd like to speak next?
Mayor and Council, I'm Kurt Latanzi. I live in Edenwild subdivision. Listen to me and how I say it. Infield zoning. In this respect, this man had an opportunity, this property owner had the opportunity to sell this land when Fairgreen was doing Edenwild. People choose not to do things for whatever reason. That doesn't mean that now you get to do whatever you want and get this very high density zoning. If you go down Etris Road and look at the homes on there, Take out the subdivisions that are master plans like Edenwild and Wexford, and just look at the homes on Neatus Road. They're all E2 zoning. They're all estate lots. They're beautiful. In fact, if you go down toward the end where Cagle is, you'll see some of the most beautiful homes that were built in the last 5 years with great, fencing around them. You could put horses in their front yard. These are great homes. You would change this completely on Neatus Road if you allow this kind of high-density zoning. The numbers he's throwing out and the variances, I've never heard so many variances in a zoning. Basically, these arbitrary numbers are just his answers to meeting his profit needs. And that's not what the council is here to approve, is somebody to make the maximum profit that he can make. This, to me, is a state zoning. It's not even R1. If you look at the homes that are next to it, you've got nice homes, not just the subdivisions, but single-family homes that have their driveways entering on Neatus Road that have made homes there in the last 5 to 10 years that have been built. It is viable to sell this property in that respect, of course, not at the profits that he wants to make. And that's what it really is about here, is the profits. It's fair to him to sell his property. I'm not arguing that. But we don't use the municipalities as a conduit to get whatever we can. And that seems what he's trying to do here tonight. I'll leave the rest of my time for the other people to speak. Thank you.
Who'd like to speak next? Thank you, Mr. Latanzi. Who'd like to speak next? Yes, sir, come forward.
Mayor Wood and distinguished City Council members, my name is Dave Rittenhouse. I'm treasurer of the Wexford Homeowners Association. I appreciate this opportunity to address the concerns that the residents of Wexford have over the zoning of this property. The main issue for the residents of Wexford is that the proposed rezoning of the subject property does not meet the future development and design principles stipulated in the 2030 Comprehensive Plan for Suburban Residential Character Area. As stated in the 2030 Comprehensive Plan, new development will be compatible with adjacent existing character with similar density and lot size. Infill transitions appropriately scale new development to eliminate impacts to existing surrounding stable neighborhoods, including buffers, open space, and landscaping. Development containing multifamily residential must match lot size and building material character of adjacent developments, and new developments will incorporate open spaces and preserve existing trees. The concern of the residents of Wexford is that the R3A zoning, with the variances that we've heard about earlier, requested for this property do not match the zoning of Wexford, which, as we heard, is R1, or the character of Wexford. Wexford is a community consisting of 450 homes on 245.1 acres. This calculates to a gross average of 1.8 homes per acre, and this gross calculation equals 24,444 square feet per lot. However, I'd like to provide some details for these numbers. Wexford was developed in 4 phases. The actual lot sizes, as shown on the plot plan, range from 18,000 to 35,000 square feet in phases 1 and 2. In phases 3 and 4, the minimum lot sizes were 14,000 square feet. My particular lot is 15,000 square feet. To our knowledge, there is no lot 9,000 square feet in Wexford. And when you drive through the community, you can look and see that there are not lot sizes of that, lots of that size. Concerning the size of homes in Wexford, most homes are between 3,000 and 4,000 square feet. These numbers do not include basements, which most of the homes in Wexford have. There are homes of as small as 2,500 square feet, but this is not the norm. While lot size and home size influence the character of the community, additional issues also influence this. Wexford has 6.5 acres of common area just where our amenities are located. Our amenities include our clubhouse, which is a restored historic farmhouse, 6 tennis courts, which have 3 viewing areas, including a covered gazebo. In addition, we have a commercial playground, an Olympic-sized swimming pool, a pool house, and outdoor restrooms and changing areas. In addition, we have 3 beautiful lakes, 2 of which have covered gazebos for viewing, for fishing, and additional swings and benches for the enjoyment of the community. In summary, the character of the proposed development and the requested R3A, A meaning attached, with the variances we've heard, simply do not match the character of Wexford. Our additional concerns are that the rezoning of this property to R3A would set a precedent for other properties, as we've seen, adjacent to Wexford, Hamilton Commons, and Edenwild, and as in my capacity, this is an unacceptable risk for Wexford. A point that I'd like to emphasize is that the residents of Wexford are not opposed to development of this property. However, we do desire that the development of this property is done in a manner that is consistent with the 2030 comprehensive plan. And for these reasons, the residents of Wexford respectively request that the R3A zoning request be denied. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Just going to kind of reiterate a couple of things and throw a couple of other little points out. Name for the record, Debbie Gardner. Sorry, Debbie Gardner. I live in Hamilton Commons. All right? The 2030 Comprehensive Plan clearly defines the infill requirements for our character area. R3A zoning would indeed set a dangerous precedent in an area that favors R1, E1, and E2, or at most smaller lots as part of a larger master plan community. Those type lots are varied and spaced throughout the development, minimizing the visual density. In contrast, homes that would be built in this development would sit on small lots on tight streets, one right after the other, with no green space or amenities, and it would look squeezed in and not conform to the look of the area west of Hardscrabble Road. That would, in fact, create an isolated zoning area, which is not the goal of the 2030 plan. When they speak about all the variances, I thought I read that variances on a property are for the hardship of the property. If it's a difficult property to work with, then you're allowed variances. And if you see this property, it's not that difficult to work with. It could be easily divided into larger portions. Also, the natural buffers, when he says that they are combined, it means it's been rolled into the people's backyards. If the homeowner should decide to cut down trees in order to actually have a backyard, there goes the natural buffer. And I think that would destroy it. In closing, the homeowners in the existing neighborhoods voted to be annexed by the city back in 2000 because Roswell has always had a reputation for being tough on zoning. And we're relying on you now to continue to look out for our best interests. Thank you.
Wayne Foley, 12585 Idris Road in Roswell. We've lived here for 7 years. We bought the property when they subdivided a horse farm, and we each have roughly 2 acres of ground. One of the reasons we bought it was because of the pristine country-type setting. To have something like this come in, and as she just mentioned, it's all about you can work with that property. You just have to put enough size on the lot, but they don't want that because they want to make more money, because they want to cram a bunch of lots in, and that's not consistent. My wife and my 2 adult daughters and I vehemently disagree with this and hope that you will follow the zoning recommendation.
Hello, council members, Mayor. I'm Lee Pettit from Edenwald. I'm the HOA president. Met many of you, and thank you for listening to us today. Edenwald has 400 homes, and you've heard a little bit about it already. I have the, I guess, unfortunate pleasure of living on one of the smaller lots in the neighborhood, which, by the way, is 13,000 square feet. I can't seem to find a 9,000 square foot lot. It may be zoned to have some of those lots, but I got to be honest with you, it's mostly R1. So, talking a little bit about the zonage and the housing prices that Mr. Corley talked about, I find it a little hard to believe that on a house with basically no lawn, no property, homes that really go right up to the edge of the property lines, backyard setbacks about as big as I am tall, I don't see it homes approaching the $400,000 range or over, I think actually he said. Maybe you're talking about the 4 homes on the one side, but certainly not the 34 homes on the other. I think you're probably looking at homes that are significantly different from the other homes in the area, which obviously is not consistent with the 2030 plan. You're talking about homes that have significantly smaller square footage as well. We're all for selling the property. You know, I think everybody in Edenwald is aware that there are pockets of land around our neighborhood that need to be sold, will be sold, and they have every right to do that. This is not the right development for the area. Hopefully you all understand that, but it's just not the right fit. And if he wants to build something that's more consistent with the area, I will tell you right now, we will absolutely support that. You've heard about all the surrounding R1. Mr. Latanzi got up here and spoke about all the estate lots going farther down, and that's really what the area is, and that's what we would like to support. One point of clarification that I'd like to get when they come back up is with the 30-foot buffer setback. He mentioned it was an undisturbed buffer setback. So does he have a yard? Or how's he getting out to mow his yard? I don't quite understand that. And lastly, on the sewer tap issue, although I realize it's already been addressed somewhat, love to find out where these extra sewer taps are, because I wish I could have bought one. But they're out there somewhere, I guess. I don't know. And I think, and the last piece that I was going to mention, which I think we've already caught on, is the actual zoning is slightly over 3 units per acre for the 34 homes. So you really got to look at this as almost 2 separate puzzle pieces, which probably actually don't even fit together. So thank you very much for your time tonight. I appreciate it.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Cheryl Henlaben. I live in Hamilton Commons. I am the president of the Hamilton Commons Homeowners Association. When this first came to light, Jackie Diebel informed us that there were 23 zoning criteria that were to be taken into context when considering rezoning. Of those 23, we've gone through all of them extensively as a community and as a board. 17 of the 23 criteria we have issue with. 14 of them are directly related to the character of the neighborhood. I'm not going to read all of them to you, but items 1, 2, 5, 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, and 23 deal with the character in the 2030 comprehensive plan. The new development will be compatible with adjacent existing character with similar density and lot sizes as listed under the design section of the 2030 comprehensive plan. It is not adjacent to the existing character and similar densities. The infill transitions appropriately scale new development to eliminate impacts to existing surrounding stable neighborhoods, buffers, open space, and landscaping. That has been addressed. There will be, with the natural buffer, almost no backyards. The third item in the design is new development may incorporate mixed residential with both multifamily and single-family options only if New development containing multifamily residential match the lot sizes and building material character of the adjacent development along the perimeter. Mr. Corley stated that he had changed his lot sizes to 12,000 square feet for the perimeter properties. In Hamilton Commons, our properties are 18,000 square feet. They do not match. From the 2025 comprehensive plan, which is a little outdated, it does very specifically state that the Little River Water Reclamation Plant is currently at capacity and is unlikely to be expanded or diverted. Several developments in the area were provided sanitary sewer service while the plant had remaining capacity, but this is no longer the case. Future development in the Little River Basin will therefore most likely have to be on septic tanks. Now, I've spoken to the Fulton County Water Engineering Department twice. Other neighbors in our neighborhood have done the same thing. There were originally 500 permits issued in 1998. There are no permits left. So where Mr. Corley is going to find 38 permits to be able to hook up into sewer would be a very interesting question. Also, item number 10 from the 23 zoning criteria says whether the property can be used in accordance to existing regulations. Well, the existing regulation, I believe, would require sewer to your homes. So knowledge of the fact that there's permits unavailable for this property should be considered when rezoning, even if sewer is something that's normally considered at another point in time. Item 20 of the 23 conditions of rezoning is the possible impact on the environment, including but not limited to drainage, soil erosion, sedimentation, flooding, air quality, and water quality. Hamilton Commons, Lakeside at Hamilton Commons, and Edenwild have been dealing with ongoing stormwater issues for years. Adding more impervious surface to the area will enhance the current issues. Item 16 of the 23 conditions of rezoning is a description of all efforts by the property owner to use the property to sell the property under the existing zoning district and overlay district. And this property has never been publicly marketed, nor has it ever been publicly for sale. There has never been a for sale sign posted for this property. The voters in the affected area simply hope that this city council will live up to the tough zoning criteria and that this is one reason for voters chose to be annexed by the city 12 years ago. It should remain in the E2 conversion state. That is possible. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pete Pernice, and I live at 12225 Asbury Park Drive, which directly abuts the property that we're talking about tonight. So I felt like I needed to come up here and say something as the homeowner who's most directly impacted by this. And I don't have facts and figures, so it's purely kind of emotional and off the cuff. I'm sorry for that. But anyway, thank you for giving me the opportunity. So I've been living at that address for 20 years. Next week will be 20 years. I'm the original homeowner, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. Never thought for a moment that I'd be the last one in and I could shut the door behind me. When I was deciding to buy the house, I remember standing on Eatrice Road and looking out over the field and seeing my house being built, because the trees were that small back then. But I never thought it would be the end. Rosebriar got built. Actually, it got absorbed by Wexford. I was fine with that. Edenwild got built. I was fine with that. Beazer built homes further down Eatrice. Fine with that. Wheelan came in and built some more next to us, and we annexed them, and we were fine with that too. All of that development I felt was appropriate. But seeing these maps and hearing what they have to say, I don't feel like it's appropriate, so I feel like I have to speak out and say that I don't agree with this. I don't think it's okay. I've heard a number of times one of these gentlemen referred to Roswell as a city. He used the word urban many times to justify his density. Well, you may have guessed I grew up in New York.
So I know hasn't erased it all.
Excuse me?
After 20 years, you still have a little bit of New York.
I do, but when I go home, I'm amazed at how I don't sound like my siblings or cousins, of which I have many. But anyway, my sons both grew up in Roswell, and I think that they're better for it. I've appreciated Roswell. I've appreciated Roswell High School. I've appreciated the things that this council and your predecessors have done for us. So I just want to say that I'd be really disappointed if we approve this, which I think changes the character of Eatrice Road that I've enjoyed for 20 years now. So thank you very much for the time.
If you want to speak, you need to move up to the front row.
Good evening. My name is Darren Horvath. I live at 376 Kent Road. And although I think Kent Road has gone a little bit unnoticed in the course of this, we've gotten very little inclusion into the process until we were able to go in front of the Planning Commission. I want to point out a couple of things. I think the point about the lot sizes, although the applicant is trying to say that there's not a great disparity in lot sizes between what they're proposing and the neighborhoods that exist, and I know a lot of people will touch on it, but I want to point out some figures because it's just completely not true. The lot sizes are very different, and the character of the lot sizes are different, and especially when you look at these variances that they're asking for, the size of the lots, wanting to narrow them down from a minimum 80 feet down to 60 feet. We look at that just for a moment. In Edenwild, he's saying that there's lots that have variances that are similar. Been through Edenwild many times. Edenwild's houses, whether they have setbacks have been changed or not, the vast majority of those houses have garages on the side of the buildings with a driveway. So you are not having one house up to a property line and the next house up to a property line. Going to a 60-foot lot size with a 7.5-foot setback on each side, that only leaves you 45 feet to build on. You can't put a driveway in that's 15 feet wide, and then you end up with a 30-foot house, and you're going to build a house that's 2,400 to 3,800 square feet out of that. It's going to be a 30-foot wide house that's 60 feet deep. I don't know where the back buffer is going to come in with a lot or a house that's built like that. It is not the same thing. You're going to have driveways in the front with concrete, garages in the front, macadam, blacktop, asphalt. That's all you're going to have. The open space that they're mentioning, I'm not sure where that calculation's coming from either, because it's got to be meaningful. The only open space they're referring to really is this area that's on the east side of Kent Road, or excuse me, on Eatrice Road. That is where they're going to have the stormwater collection location on that side, and then there's two more on the west side of where they're building the 34 lots. We've all seen these. You have to required to put a fence up, typically, that's very high, or something that's going to keep children from falling into this area when it does fill with water. That is not an open space that has any usefulness. And if the lots are this small and the houses are similar in size to the surrounding neighborhoods, and those other neighborhoods, 18,000 square foot lots, and these are 10,000 square foot lots, you don't have to be a mathematician to figure out that there's not as much green area that you're going to have. You're going to have buildings and asphalt and concrete driveways. They compare a lot of this to the lots around it. Let me just say that out of the 30, I'm going to focus on the west side because there are really, it's almost two different subdivisions when you look at it. The west side is what, the 34 houses is what you have to look at, because that's where the higher density is. That's where all these houses are being built, 34 to 38. 31 of those lots are less than 13,000 square feet. That's 91% of the lots on that side. Out of those 31 lots, 24 of them are less than 12,000 square feet. That's 71%. 19 are less than 11,000 square feet, 56% of them. 13 of those lots are less than 10,000 square feet, that's 38%. If you look at the surrounding area, if you go, I've seen this comparison to the second phase of Wexford. Larney Court is the road that runs right alongside Kent Road on the opposite side of where they're proposing its development. The average lot size on that cul-de-sac is 15,480 square feet. The average lot size that they're proposing is 10,900 square feet. They're not even close to being the same. They're considerably different. And out of those lots that are on Larney Court, not one of those lots is under 13,000 square feet. Theirs, 91% under 13,000 square feet. Larney Court, the smallest area in Wexford, not one of them is under 13,000 square feet. They want to say, they use the term reasonable use of this property. There is reasonable opportunity. I want everybody to know that everybody I've talked to hasn't opposed the potential development of this property. It's the development that's being proposed in this instance is what their objection is to. It doesn't fit the surrounding area. The lot sizes aren't the same. It doesn't fit the 2030 comprehensive plan. And if that plan is going to have any meaning at all, you cannot approve this zoning. If you approve this zoning under that comprehensive plan, the comprehensive plan really, you might as well just drop it in the trash can on the way out. It really has no meaning at that point. Because the whole purpose of it is to follow the adjacent neighborhoods, and this doesn't. Thank you.
Yes, sir, come forward.
Yes, sir, good evening. My name is Bruce Dunkley, and I live in Edenwild. And you've heard a lot about the 2030 plan. You know what the 2030 plan is. So let's just be reminded that your planning commission voted to deny. And then we have what staff did, and staff has been referred to as experts by some in the room. So if you look at their standards of review on item number 2, where it deals with how it will affect the area, staff said, and I quote, may adversely affect the existing adjacent properties because the proposed subdivision lots are much smaller than the surrounding area. You can go on to number 6. Same thing. Existing or changing conditions of the area. Lot sizes within R3A zoning classification do not meet the sizes of the surrounding area. I could go on. There's 4 or 5 other times that staff says that this zoning doesn't meet the surrounding area. I don't know why we need to go any further. Let's talk about a couple other things here, though. So, density. You don't have to be much more than a second grade math student to understand that a smaller lot size leads to greater density. So everybody's saying Wexford, Edenwild, the surrounding area, 12, 14, 16, 18, some acres and 2-acre lots. So this development has got a greater density. You can play with the numbers all you want, but it comes out to we have fewer houses in our area. We have parks, we've got tennis courts, we've got swimming pools. That is what this surrounding area is. So I just ask you to really consider that. This isn't consistent with all the work you've done on a 2030 comprehensive plan. And we, your citizens of Roswell and homeowners in Roswell, are banking on you protecting our values, and that document is what we're relying on that says we have a plan and we're going to live by the plan. Thank you very much.
Come forward.
Thank you. My name is Chuck Harley. I live at 12185 Etris Road, and I own that little piece of property that's just to the north of the proposed development. It's a 2-acre parcel. First of all, I want to say that I'm an unabashed capitalist, so I am all for people making money on what they're doing. I have no problem with Mr. Corley doing that. I also am a personal friend of Corley Cook, the man that owns the property, and I would love to see him be able to sell that as well. The problem that I have with the development is not that the property is being developed, but if you look at the second plan that came out, that there is now a street that dead ends into my property, into my 2 acres. And the setback of the houses that are on the end of that dead-end street are 7.5 feet away from my property. And that's nowhere near a 30-foot setback from my property line and the proposed development. So I agree, I don't believe that the proposed layout for that property fits anywhere within the character of the area on Etris Road. I'd love to see another plan come forth with larger lots. I think we'd all love to see it developed. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kevin Caldwell. I live at 185 Hamilton Way, which is lakeside at Hamilton Commons. Actually, I don't live there. I live in Edenwald right now. So I'm kind of in between the two. My wife and I also own 2 properties on East Crossville that we had rezoned for our business. We also own another residential property in a subdivision that I played a part in having annexed into the city of Roswell several years ago. I am not opposed to development in this city. I've watched the city grow from 25,000 to almost 100,000 residents since I've lived here, and enjoyed playing a part in maintaining its character as a former Design Review Board chairman and member. I've attended many hearings where I've both supported and spoken against rezoning. I've been a personal witness to my neighbor on East Crossville Road trying to bully me and the city into rezoning where their intentions were not in keeping with the intent of the current zoning and ordinances. They asked for many variances and believed it was their constitutional right. Well, the city turned down their proposal on several occasions. They threatened to sue the city, of which they did, take it to the state Supreme Court, and they lost. In terms of the applicant here tonight, EAH Investments, I find their proposal unacceptable due to the density of housing and incongruities with the 3 adjacent large neighborhoods and the homes contained therein. This property could be developed in a manner that is consistent with adjacent neighborhoods and would be acceptable to me without the multiple variances. You all have all seen, I'm sure, Exhibit A with their letter of an intent, with concurrent variance justification and constitutional notice of EAH Investments. What I find amazing about this document is the outright claim that if the city does not allow this rezoning, they will sue the city. This is not exactly how I would start a conversation with a property that is under contract but not owned by EAH. You know, that's how you start the conversation if you're a bully. If the intent was to work with the adjacent property owners, neighborhoods, and the city to build a like neighborhood and not to profit maximize, that would be a different meeting. I have a hard time acknowledging the applicant's manipulation of their statistics for this profit. I submit to you, Mayor and Council, that we employ 2 great lawyers, and one sitting right there, David Davidson, and they're on salary. And they can represent this city and its constituents who are adamantly against this applicant. Please vote no.
I think we've heard from just about everybody. If you have something to add which hasn't already been said, I would encourage you to come forward. But if you're simply repeating what we've heard before, this council's attention span, as I told Mr. Dillard, is limited. So please proceed.
I'm ADD myself, Mayor, so I'll make it brief. Ralph Pasquarello, I live at 170 Hamilton Way, and it's also Lakeside Hamilton Commons. And I just want to address a couple of the impact. We've lived there for 16 years, bought the house brand new. My kids have all been through Roswell High. When we bought that lot, we run up to the lake at the bottom of the hill, and we were concerned that maybe, flood zone and all that, and they guaranteed us, no, it's a 100-year flood zone. Well, in the last 9 years, since other neighborhoods have been completed right around us, we have flooded out pretty bad over the last 9 years. I've sent pictures to the people in your council, photographs and emails. The last storm that we had, and I'm not sure if this will pick this up or not, if you can shoot on that, but the last storm that we had, no. That's approximately, it's about 300,000 gallons of water in my backyard. We have a little bit over an acre. The backyard that was flooded out, probably 3/4 of an acre, about 18 feet deep of water. We lost a lot of things, a lot of vegetation, furniture, you name it. And to propose to build on the acreage up the street and take that greenscape and now reduce that by 80%, put hardscape there, all those people at the bottom of the hill are just, we're suffering. Every time it rains hard, we're suffering. We pray that the water doesn't rise anymore. One other point I'd like to make is my wife is here tonight too, and at least twice a year we call the city and Fulton County to report sewage that comes out of the manhole at the bottom of Beatrice, flows all over the road, raw sewage, and goes into those lakes that our kids fish in and boat in, right at the bottom of Beatrice. It's disgusting. I don't know how you're going to overburden that system that's already taxed by adding another 30 or 40 homes on that. That's all I got. Next.
Have you spoken before?
I have.
The rule here is, once you have an opportunity to speak,
Thank you.
you have spoken. Does anyone have anything new to add which has not been said? I see no hands up. Yes, no, you've spoken, sir. Yes, you may come forward. I haven't heard from you. You may come forward. No, sir, this is your opportunity to speak if you'd like to speak. I see a hand up in the rear. Yes, sir, you may come forward.
Mr. Mayor, distinguished council, thank you for this privilege to make a few comments here. My wife and I just came here, just over a year ago. We're in 380, the name is Hyde Wahab, Daniel Wahab. We just moved here a little over a year ago. We're in 380 Kent Road.
We need an address too.
380 Kent Road.
380 Kent Road. Thank you, sir.
And we happen to be an outlier because we're probably on about 120,000 square feet. And with a home that's probably maybe 30,000 or whatever in terms of footage. My question is, has there been an environmental impact assessment? Our property borders, I think our neighbor eloquently described some of the adverse impacts that this would have. But my question is, has there been an environmental impact assessment for this proposed project?
It is not required for rezoning, and so my understanding is has not been done.
I would think that would be potentially not only hazardous but dangerous for a project that size to take place without an environmental impact. Can you imagine? We've got a very bucolic, like the first lady who came up here, first neighbor, a very bucolic environment. Think of the generations that's going to be compromised if something were to go wrong because of sewer systems not being adequately designed, because of the lay of the land being of such that it just cannot handle adequately that kind of population density that's going to be introduced in that very pristine ecosystem. And I don't have anything else to add other than to say, again, distinguished council, think very carefully before you vote on this. I think there's an overwhelming majority here that just happens to believe that this is probably a very, very bad mistake we're about to make if we should go for this project without more studies, more profound studies as to how it's going to impact not only us, but think of our children and think of their future. And think of the environment, and think of the wonderful, how bucolic this entire area is. And that was the reason we retired and came here. And that's why I I've worked for, 56 years of my 70 years, and I've dumped all that money in there because we love the area. The minute we saw it, we loved it. And, it's going to be pretty disappointing if we're deprived of that sort of benefit that we sort of thought we are going to be enjoying in our retirement years after having worked so hard and continue to work. Thank you very much, and I would like to really ask that question again, whether an environmental impact has been done.
If anything has not been said that someone would like to say, unless you've already said it, we've already had a chance to speak. I'm talking about for new. Yes, sir, come forward.
Mike Parks, Edenwald. Just a point of clarification. I know that, the city of Roswell now, and they've asked about these zoning variances and also the different zoning. Is it fair to say that you must rezone this property at some type of zoning tonight because previously it was Fulton County and now it's the city of Roswell?
I think that question would be addressed to the attorney, but I don't think this is the appropriate time to ask that question.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Seeing no hands up, we're closing the public hearing. We will give the applicant an opportunity for rebuttal to respond to comments that have been brought up from the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to call on Ken Wood, who has been meeting with the Environmental Department and Transportation. Let him just address the conclusions and agreements that he's been able to reach with the various departments. I also want to put in the record, I think you've got the appraisal and the land use study and analysis of Mr. Bill Huff, but I want to put that it was prepared a few weeks back, and I know we've sent it to Jackie. I think it's probably in your packet, but I want to be sure that it's in the record. Also, I want to submit the letter that we had sent to you, which included renderings of the proposed houses and the type of homes that would be built and the minimum square footages and that kind of thing. So we'd like to put that in the record at this time, and I'll call on Mr. Wood for his brief response.
Thank you. Kenneth Wood, 350 Research Court. My response will be on the transportation, the public improvements, and the public work comments that came up. One point of clarification, since that last plan, and this is the very, very latest and greatest plan, wanted to clarify something that we had come to an agreement with the Transportation Department on what we needed to do on Kent Road and what we needed to do on Etrush Road. On Etrush Road, it was install a bike lane on the western side as well as the 10-foot multi-use as part of the loop trail. And then on Kent, we had a speaker earlier that talked about the safety, that there are cars that are literally flipping over in ditches, erosion, and different things which are, not part of protecting the public and welfare safety of the citizens. And so what we came to an agreement with the Transportation Department was from this point here, which is our access point into Kent Road. From that point all the way back to the intersection, we would expand and pave that road to public standards. So it would go from a dirt road to a 22-foot wide road with shoulders and drainage features so that the safety of the road can be protected. And so that's something we've agreed to and will do, and we think that for that section of our development that would help protect the citizens from the flipping, because then you would have a shoulder on the side of the road instead of those steep ditches. The other thing in looking at is the drainage feature. On the drainage part of it, you have a lot of different basins here. You have to the north of us the largest basin, which is what really affects the downstream conditions. They spoke about earlier about different developments that have come in the last years. The strides in erosion control and stormwater, especially with the professional staff, Roswell has a very strict stormwater ordinance, which is very good, but it hasn't been that many years since that's been in effect. And so we're really just now seeing the benefits of those things. And so our development in coming in, we've discussed with Public Works, and we're committed to providing ponds that will infiltrate for water quality, which is taking water into the ground, as well as detaining on the other side of the road, installing a new pipe where there's an inferior pipe under Etris Road right now, and that will help. We've also committed to taking the water off of Etris Road, which runs all the way down Etris toward those neighborhoods that were discussed, and putting it into our detention system. And so all those things culminated together with the new ordinances of how we need to detain water quality and detention will actually provide a big impact on the downstream conditions. And so with a lot of the land that exists today, some of it's pasture land, and so you do get a lot of runoff from that now. And so our stormwater system as a whole should actually help the downstream conditions.
Yeah, no, it's good. Just like
me lay that.
That's fine. We'll call Mr. Corley.
I only want to address a few things. A lot said, but I would specifically like to address the gentleman that I think had left, who referred to us as bullies. We filed a constitutional challenge, which Doug will refer to later. But I've spent a lot of time working very hard on this zone, so I do resent that. I've met with Mr. Pettit, Mr. Dunkel, had meetings. The folks at Hamilton Commons have refused to meet with me. I work very hard at what I'm doing. I'm very sensitive to the adjacent communities. But you know, when you negotiate, you got to have two people, okay? Pettit hadn't come back with anything. Left me a message on Friday. We don't know what we want. You want nothing is what you want. You want nothing. Or I want estate lots. You have a 16-acre piece of land. If that's the mentality that you want to send to developers and builders in Atlanta, you're not going to see development. And if that's what you want, I got it. Thank you. I didn't think I'd get any applause tonight, but I did. If that's what you want. But, you know, when I have offered to meet, and there is nobody on the opposition that said, hey, I think this is a reasonable plan, hey, it's great. You can bring 300 people out. You know what? Technology's wonderful. They send the email blaster on. Everybody shows up. I could have done that. I don't have 300 friends. But my point is, we have been at the table to negotiate. We don't bully. We're at the table to negotiate. We set up a meeting last week on Thursday with council and invited HOAs, came prepared. We had 3 staff members. I had my team. I was ready to have somebody facilitate a negotiation. It did not occur. We're here to work with folks. We're not bullies.
Relative to the constitutional notice, I think David would advise you that for us to protect our right to challenge the unconstitutionality of the ordinance, we've got to put you on notice as to what our contentions are. That's what the law requires, and that's why we did it. It's not in an attempt to bully. I've been doing this long enough where I know I can't bully a local government. But one thing I do know is that the courts do give us redress in the event that the actions of the local government are not right and are unconstitutional. That it would be my advice to Paul that that's what we would do in the event this is denied or a zoning classification that's given to us that's not acceptable to the constitutional mandate that we feel like is required by law. I've been coming up here for a long time, not a lot lately. But over the years, 30-some-odd years, I've been coming up to Roswell. Pug Mabry was mayor for a long time. And the whole horse farm E2 conversation is a conversation I was having up here in the late 70s. It's amazing to me that we're still talking about E2 lots along Etris Road when it's surrounded by not E2 lots. It is surrounded by densities that are in keeping with the densities that we are suggesting. Now, I'm going to tell you that I grew up in Decatur. I grew up on a 60-foot lot. We had 1,500 square foot homes, and we had 3,000 square foot homes. on the same neighborhood?
This is not the opportunity to have comments from the floor. If everyone in this room has had a comment, this is rebuttal. This is his closing argument, and I make the decision whether he speaks or not. So if anyone else wishes to speak, we're going to have to escort you out of the room because everyone here has had an opportunity to speak, and this is the applicant's closing.
And I'm suggesting,
I apologize for the interruption.
That's okay, Mr. Mayor. We understand these folks feel strongly about how they feel, and we feel strongly about how we feel, and we wish we could have come here with an agreement. We weren't able to do that, and we understand that you're the final arbiter and decision, and we hope that we can reason with you to adopt what we feel like is a constitutional classification as amended. And I submit to you that when you look at the front yard setbacks and the rear yard setbacks and the widths of the lots, and we talk about 15,000 square foot homes versus 10,000 square foot lots, when you ride down the street, I submit to you, you don't tell a lot of difference. There's never been a study done by ARC or by anyone that I've been able to find that found that the lot size had any adverse effect on the adjacent properties in any way. What's important is the ultimate value of the residence that's put on that property. We had a situation in Henry County a few years ago where they imposed large lot requirements and large minimums on the dwellings, and we challenged that. It went to the Supreme Court of Georgia, and Georgia Supreme Court overturned that decision, not as being exclusionary, but as being arbitrary and capricious and not really relating to the protection of the public health, safety, and welfare. As we deal with growth, as we deal with the changing environment, as we deal with the mega trends of residential uses that are coming our way that our children and grandchildren will want to employ, they're not looking at large lot subdivisions and big houses. They're looking at the community. They're looking at the value of their investment. They're looking at what and in how and what manner they educate their children. They want pedestrian access. They want limited vehicular access. They're not looking for a large home on a large lot. And I submit to you that you can go throughout this region and you can find 9,000 square foot lots, 10,000 square foot lots, 15 and 20,000 square foot lots on the same street in the same subdivision, and like Edenwild, they get along very well. I submit to you that the lots that are adjacent to Hammond Commons is approximately 8 lots. The lots of Hammond Commons that adjoins us are approximately 8 lots. Now we've got about 12,000 square foot lots that are joining a minimum of 18,000 square foot lots, but the number of overall dwellings that are adjacent to one another, that back up to one another, are virtually the same. And the value of the homes that are going to be submitted there are likewise the same. So what are we talking about when we talk about lot size? We haven't really talked about house size. The lot size, in our opinion, and in the opinion of staff, the opinion of Mr. Huff, in the opinion of your 2030 plan, is irrelevant. What's important is, does it blend within the character of the community? This is a single-family detached community. We are proposing a single-family detached subdivision. We're providing for safe and efficient access onto Etris Road. Our preference on Kent was not to have any access, but to have an emergency access. Fire department and transportation wanted access onto Kent Road. So we're going to make that improvement. We're going to make Kent Road between Etris Road and our subdivision safer than it is today. It's a gravel road, and I understand why folks might want to keep it that way. But your Department of Transportation doesn't want it to remain in that condition. So we're going to participate, and we're going to make that improvement. The environmental issues relative to surface water runoff are being dealt with satisfactorily. The issue of sewer that we talked about before, we've got to have sewer. And how and what manner we get that sewer is up to us It's not up to you. It's a Fulton County situation, and we've got to deal with the Little River plant more than likely in order to provide that. It's our understanding that we will and can and will have sewer for this property. But that's a permitting function. I don't think you can deny the zoning because of that. So what we're asking you to do tonight is to rezone this property to 38 units. It's density that's well within what you've recently approved to Ashton Woods. It's within existing densities that exist in all these neighborhoods, and we've submitted all that to you. Nobody's really challenged that. Nobody's come forward and said, these reports are wrong. These reports have been in the record a long time. We've given them to staff. Staff said, yeah, they're smaller lots. But staff also said it's suburban residential. And they confirmed that it's suburban residential, and they confirmed that it's consistent with the recommendations of the comprehensive plan. They confirmed that it's not adverse to these neighborhoods. So what I would ask you to consider in closing, I'm going to quote from Mr. Huff's report. The proposed development is consistent with the character of the surrounding community of which it is a part. The proposed development is consistent with the price range, density, functional lot size, and quality of the homes to be built. The proposed development far exceeds the requirements placed on the surrounding subdivisions in regard to percentage of open space provided. The proposed development is consistent with the Roswell Comprehensive Land Use Plan. The proposed development follows the guidelines established by both the Steinberg Act, which has been made a part of the Roswell zoning ordinance, and the Gould criteria established by the Supreme Court of the state of Georgia. The proposed development accomplishes a reasonable and even desirable use of this property. The proposed use will not in any way be a detriment to the surrounding subdivisions and will not decrease the values of the existing homes. The proposed development will have a positive impact on the area and a positive impact on the values of the surrounding homes in Hamilton Commons, Edenwald, and Wexford subdivisions. The proposed development definitely follows the principles of good planning, practice, and generally accepted or recommended governmental considerations. We submit to you that everybody can't always agree. Everybody's not going to live in the same kind of home. But what's important is to treat everybody with equality, to create our land use laws in a way that promotes balance, equal opportunity for those that have been residents of the city for a long time. And Mr. Cook, while he's not here tonight, has sent you a letter stating his position. I think that he's not asking you to do anything that's unreasonable. He's asking you to create something that is consistent with the surrounding neighborhood, and I submit to you, when you really look at the real issue that's here, and that is lot size, it's really an irrelevant comparison, and it's an irrelevant conversation. So we just ask that you give us something that we feel like is reasonable. We have cut the density down to 38 units. We ask that you zone this property R3A in accordance with the site plan and staff recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council.
Does any council wish to comment before I entertain a motion? I'll entertain a motion. Well, I see some hands up now. Councilmember Eichelhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This case is really indicative of, I think, what we're going to be facing in the future. It's infill by existing subdivisions. And we're going to have a lot of issues just like this in the future. And it has been said numerous times tonight, the 2030 plan, which was just completed not too long ago, begins to deal with these type of things. And we've pretty clearly said that there are areas that we intend to remain in the type of subdivision setups where they are now. I guess I'm a little perplexed by saying that we are looking towards an urban atmosphere and this is an urban core. I mean, there are certainly areas of the city that we are considering to have some things that we're still debating, but I think this area is clearly not one of those. This is clearly one of those areas where it's large subdivisions, and that's where we want to keep things, and that's what our intention has been. and when you talk about densities, 2 versus 3 doesn't sound like very big, and maybe in a lot of ways it's not. But when you look in this type of realm, 2 versus 3 is a huge difference. And I'm using 3 based on the side of the road where there's more houses. It's kind of interesting where you can just pick another piece and it makes your densities go down. I don't think I've seen that in some other projects, so it's very inventive. But it does concern me, though, when we're saying these are arbitrary numbers, because that is actually what a lot of our zoning is based on, and it always has been. And when you find that there are variances on the project, usually, every now and then there are reasonable things for variances, and those are hardships that make sense. But usually it's trying to squeeze too much into what's there. And frankly, this whole case of the R3A and then the variances on top of that is trying to squeeze even more than what's there and make sense under our current situation. And frankly, I'm baffled by staff on some of the things they've come through with what they've come forward with. Because when you go through the list of our 23 standards, which are there, I'm not going to go through them individually, but and these have withstood constitutional challenge, by the way. Just on my quick list, you've got 2, and these are the numbers of them, 2, 6, 14, 18, 19, 21, and 22 deal with lot sizes and the surrounding impacts to neighborhoods that are there and the surrounding properties. And 10, 13, and 23 deal with existing properties and whether you can market those and use those as is constitutionally allowed. So I think there's a long list that shows that we are following our rules, we're following our comp plan, and by looking at something that makes sense for this area. So I have a problem with just saying this is fine and it's not that much difference and we should go ahead.
Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you. Mr. Dillard mentioned that there's a growing trend toward smaller lots and people wanting to have communities that are walkable, a little bit more urban, and I think that's absolutely true. And we are moving in that vein here in Roswell to try to get zoning in place. We're rewriting our entire zoning code right now. We've put together a form-based code for this area around City Hall. But we also recognize that that's not appropriate for all parts of Roswell. That's why we set aside in the comprehensive plan areas that are suburban residential, which have a different feel. So I think I agree with him in that there is a trend toward that, but there are parts of Roswell where that's really appropriate. I don't think that this is one of those areas. I'm a little perplexed by staff's ultimate recommendation, because in going through their standards of review, there are 4 in particular that stand out to me that would have inferred that they would have taken a different position, and I concur with their findings. Item number 6, where it says whether there are other existing or changing conditions affecting the use and development of the property, which gives supporting grounds for either approval or disapproval of the zoning proposal. Their comment was the existing subdivisions and large lots along Etris Road give support that the lot sizes within the R3A zoning classification do not meet the sizes of the properties in the area. So to me, that would imply that they're saying that this proposed zoning is inconsistent. Item number 14, the suitability of the subject property under the proposed zoning district and/or overlay district classification. Here they say the proposed R3A zoning may not be suitable due to the minimum lot size of 9,000 square feet, but most of the lots adjacent to them and in the vicinity are mainly a minimum of 18,000 square feet or larger. There again, the second condition of review, which would, I would assume that their conclusion would have been that this is not consistent. Condition of review number 21, relation that the proposed map amendment or conditional use bears to the purpose of the overall zoning scheme, with due consideration given to whether or not the proposed change will carry out the purposes of the zoning regulations. This says, the staff's comment is the overall zoning scheme for this area is single-family residential, and although the proposed rezoning request is for a single-family subdivision, the size of the lots requested does not meet the overall scheme that has been established in this area. Item 23, the amount of undeveloped land in the general area affected which has the same zoning or overlay district
classification as the map change requested. Their comment is the lots along Eatrice Road in the area which still contain the underlying AG1 zoning from Fulton County range in size from 2.1 to 10 acres. These properties will at some time in the future be developed, and they should be developed similar to the current existing surrounding neighborhoods, which would imply that this property should be similar to the other. So as Councilman Eichelhardt pointed out, there are numerous other conditions of review or standards of review that would point to this zoning not being consistent, but those are four that I have found that staff specifically agrees that it does not meet those standards. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to comment before I entertain a motion? Councilmember Price.
I had a number of questions. Well, I guess the most glaring is obviously the standards of review. And I guess my question to staff is, how many questions sort of in the fails to meet the standard, what's the threshold by which you would recommend denial?
The threshold is determined case by case by the product and the rezoning application and site plan that's brought before you.
I'm sorry?
Case by case.
There's not a specific numerical.
No, of the 23, there's not a number that says, okay, then we have to rezone it or we don't have to rezone it.
Well, it just sort of boggles my mind that it doesn't seem to meet very many, and I don't understand where the approval, what the rationale for the approval comes from. Is there a rationale for approval?
Is there a rationale for approval?
Yes.
I believe the standards we've utilized is to determine that the site plan would be, with the variances, a single-family development in a single-family area.
At this zoning request?
Yes.
Okay. Question for transportation. I know there was a discussion about the left turn lane. It was determined not to be necessary based on the Kent Road access. Was that the reasoning? But then there was another discussion of $300,000 worth of road improvements that would be borne by the applicant. What's the resolution of all those issues?
There's just not enough traffic to really justify a left turn lane into the main access.
Okay, and the road improvements were coming from, or were that was for Kent Road only?
No, this was into the main access here on Eatrice Road. There's not a need for a left turn lane there based on the traffic volume.
Mm-hmm. Now, has anyone assessed the utilization of Kent Road as opposed to Eatrice Road into the, what is that, the southern entrance?
Yeah, I thought about 90% of the traffic would be coming to and from the south, and about two-thirds of that would be turning into the main access on Eatrice Road and about one-third onto Kent Road. So there'd be, if there's not a need for a left turn lane into the main access off of Eatrice Road, then there would be even less traffic, about half of that much turning onto Kent Road and then going in that way.
I'm not sure I followed you. So from the other end of Kent Road, you figured of that 340 trips a day, how many of those would be coming from the other end of Kent?
In my estimation of minor amount, perhaps as much as 10% of the total.
Okay, because we've already had issues on that road with dust being a major problem. So any increased traffic on that road that doesn't seem to be accommodating the traffic there now in terms of width and runoff and dust, etc.
There would be a few trips, but not the majority of the trips going down Kent Road.
Okay, I think that's it for transportation. Thank you.
Any other comments before we entertain a motion? Councilmember DiPolito, On the council, you get as many comments as you would.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I just wanted to point out, this is a difficult assignment for a developer, and Mr. Andrews has been in business from 2007, I guess, as Edward Andrews Homes, and that's been a tough period of time to be a residential home builder. So kudos for him to still being around, and regardless of how this turns out, I hope there are no hard feelings between the developer and the homeowners. We are always looking for quality individuals to develop in Roswell, and we appreciate them coming in and trying to do their best.
I'm going to do my comments and my motion kind of all together. I need to clarify a couple things to Councilmember Price's point about the transportation issues. The conditions 3 and 4 in our packets have been adjusted to what was shown on the screen to account for that change in the length of the requirements. And I did want the homeowners to understand that while we're not addressing the water issues at this point, that isn't because we don't address them. That's addressed in any permitting that goes on, and that gets addressed at that stage, not the rezoning. And since we have a court reporter, I feel the need to clarify the meeting discussion that was brought up. There was a meeting scheduled last Thursday between the applicant and our attorney and a couple of council members. We had clarified that we would only do that in the presence of some homeowner representation, and that while the meeting was scheduled the week before, the invitation went out the day before, and they were not able to come, so we did not go. So it was not a refusal to meet. It was the way it all kind of came down. I appreciate that there's interest in building houses in Roswell. That speaks volumes about the improvement in the economy and our viability as a city. And as Rich said, we're not looking to run off good builders, because that is going to be crucial as we go forward and always has been. Excuse me. I do think that we have a number of these infill developments, and we do recognize that AG is probably not appropriate at this day and time. I'd like to try to suggest a solution that might allow for an appropriate use. I'm not ready to go with the claim that this is an urban area, because I still believe it is quite distinctly a suburban area. But I would like to propose that we approve this zoning.
Is this a motion?
Yes, this is my motion.
Proposal, it's a motion.
Sorry. I would like to make a motion to grant zoning on this property of R1 with the 15 conditions set forth by staff, as in the presentation, not in our packets, without any of the variances that were listed. I believe that will allow, without the variances, I believe the zoning will allow a good project to go forward and hopefully have some more green space and some more amenity options, and that's my motion.
Let me see if I understand the motion. The motion is to approve an R1 zoning with the conditions which staff has recommended.
Yes.
Now, are those conditions consistent with R1 zoning? Does staff have any concern about taking R1 zoning and grafting those conditions on top of it? All right, that is the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Orlins. Any further discussion? Councilman Eigelhart.
Can you get some help on exactly what that would mean and how? Because usually we do zone to a plan, so this would just be open up to. If you can help with what that means.
If you would list the conditions, I think that'll help. Because it's not unconditional R1, it's conditional R1. So
in your packet, there is a resolution that was drafted in conjunction with the R3A. What you have on the screen this evening is changes to that, which would be in conformance with the R1 designation. Condition number 1 indicates that the property shall be developed in accordance with a revised site plan in compliance with approved conditions. They would be required to meet the R1 zoning criteria which has 18,000 square foot single lot size, 100-foot lot width, 50-foot or 40-foot front setbacks, 10-foot side setbacks, and 35-foot rear setbacks. So if the property is zoned that way, they would be able to meet those criteria. The rest of the conditions, 3 and 4, would be amended to conform with the Kent Road improvement only being done to the entrance, not the completely property of the area. The other conditions would remain the same, and the variances would not be approved.
And so then, what are the numbers we're looking at then, in terms of...
You're talking about density numbers?
Yeah.
You're probably looking anywhere from 22 to 26 homes. It'd be tough even to get that many with the water requirements.
Other questions or comments before we entertain a vote? Member DePolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a matter of procedure, since this is essentially revising the application, we haven't had a public hearing on it. Do we need to reopen? Although it appears the homeowners had implied that they would like R1, they haven't had a chance to review a site plan or even comment on what's now a completely different zoning. Procedurally, can we even vote on this?
Davidson, procedurally, are we in a position to take a vote?
Yes, you are. You've had the public hearing, and you can zone it as you deem appropriate.
The public hearing, it can either be a grant or denial or something in between. I think there are legal advantages of something in between.
So we can completely change this and not allow the public to comment.
The public has had an opportunity to comment.
You'd be putting what you believe to be a constitutional zoning on the property.
What you have to recognize is that the R1 is more defensible than AG1, and the city might be in a less defensible position if there were to totally deny and insist upon 2-acre, the large lots. So that's the council's decision, but there is a jeopardy if the council chooses otherwise. Councilman Eichelhardt.
I assume we're following, I know there have been some deferrals through the Planning Commission. Are we in a time window that would allow another deferral for our decision, or where are we in the window of time? And as he's looking that up, I apologize to everybody out there to have to go through this one more time, but...
They have been granted one deferral. With the movement of the September meeting from the 10th to the 12th, the only next regular scheduled meeting which this could be heard would be August 27th. Because if you move it to the 12th, it's after the 65 days for automatic approval.
I just don't feel comfortable. I understand the legal aspects of it, and I get all that, but I'm just saying that without even having seen that, heard that, anything until just now, I'm uncomfortable doing that. It may make the most sense, but I just don't know that it's what to do right now.
That's the new one, making it up on the fly.
We currently have a motion and a second. If the council wishes to defer it, we'd need another motion for deferral.
We could amend that motion, or just make it a whole new motion to defer?
It would be a motion to defer.
All right, I make the motion then to defer to the 27th.
There's a motion to defer the decision until the 27th. Is there a second on that motion?
Get an amended motion that's on the table.
No, the motion...
That's what I just asked.
Councilman Orleans, we have a motion to defer. If there is a second and there is a vote to approve of deferral, then we would defer this. We have a motion and a second to zone it R1 with condition. We can either vote on that motion. If we get a second, the first vote would be whether we vote to defer or not. We have a motion by Councilman Eichelhardt for deferral. It's second by Councilmember DePolito. At this time, we'll have a discussion of the deferral.
again, sorry to everybody here that you may have to come back again one more time or to extend this further, but I just think that's probably the prudent thing to do, given that we haven't looked at anything or what this would do and what it means other than a quick back of the envelope, at least for me. So that's why I think we need to have a little time to look at it.
Anyone to my left wish to comment? Councilman Diamond.
I appreciate that. I certainly don't want to do anything that's not in accordance with the rules, and I would much prefer to have the public process before we do anything, but, I'll
So you're supporting a
I'll
deferral.
defer to
We
hearing
have
from the
Councilmember
people.
Wynn.
Clarification for the deferral. Is this so we can have the public hearing for an R1 zoning? Exactly why are we deferring?
You would be deferring you would not be deferring, you're deferring the vote altogether. You're neither denying nor permitting, you're deferring the applicant's petition for rezoning to consider a interim step. So it's not, you wouldn't, if you don't take a vote tonight, the vote on whether you deny or approve this is deferred along with the R1. It's totally deferred.
Okay, so here's another dumb question. So that means that if this goes through, the deferral goes through, then we start all over again with Mr. Dillard and the developer and the whole thing that we just spent 3 hours on. Am I correct?
That would be correct.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to defer. And further discussion. Councilmember Eichelhardt.
Well, the thing to recognize is I don't want to go further either. But if it were to pass, then how would you feel? And if it were to fail, how do you feel if it goes to court? And there are just so many elements involved that I don't feel comfortable making the decision. Obviously, I said I would oppose the motion as it was, or no, it was never a motion, oppose the original plan. But as an R1, it does what most people have said they want. So probably generally it's okay. But what exactly does that mean? I don't know the answer to that. I have a feeling of that, but I don't think it's smart to make that decision without knowing that. So we have what everyone said on the record.
Well, if we defer it, we will have a full public hearing. The applicant will have an opportunity to speak again. The public will have an opportunity to speak again.
That was one of the comments, and I'm not reacting necessarily to the crowd, but
no, we're not hearing anything from the floor.
Moaning, saying, well, we haven't had any input from the public based on this new change. Well, that's because we would make a decision without any input from you on that. So this is a chance to get that.
Councilman Orleans, you have a question.
My one question to staff is, with a revised zoning of R1, normally we do have a site plan to go with it, so what happens with the lack of a site plan?
In condition number 1, you could place a requirement that they provide a site plan in compliance with R1.
So that wording would have to be amended.
Yes.
To make it fit, Councilman. Generally, the question here is, we approve it, we don't approve it, we do something in between, or now defer it. If we defer it, as you've heard, we hear it all again. If we deny it the way it is now versus an in-between, then you're taking your chances with the courts. So the general feeling that I'm getting from the council is that they're not in favor of the application the way it's been submitted. So you have two choices, deny it, or the other one is to, which is Councilman Diamond has recommended, is go to an R1, which is basically the zoning that everybody in here has been suggesting tonight, and fits into the community. So that's where we're at, and that's where the discussion is go to R1. So in my opinion, I don't see a reason for deferral to go through the discussion over again. I think the R1 would fit, and I think it comes from what everybody is saying. And it's definitely a little better than looking at a 60-foot wide lot, no doubt about it.
I'm going to, at this time, hear from the applicant on the issue of deferral, and I will hear from the public on the issue of deferral. Is the applicant, and we have a motion and a second to defer. We have and if we defer, we'll be back here over again. So at this time, I will hear from the applicant, their comments, and I will hear from the public. And I would encourage not everyone who spoke the first time to speak the second time. So I'm going to open it back up for public comment. If we defer, we got to do it.
Well, I hate to keep folks here. It's late. We're obviously not prepared to say yes to R1, I'll tell you that. But I think a couple of minutes, let me confer and maybe confer with Steph. Right.
We would do R2, but on bordering Edenwild and bordering them will be 18,000 square feet minimum.
And R2 in the interior?
R2 can be in here.
Is that a doable zoning, or is that a...
I don't know how you do that. It would be R2 with the condition that the western and the easternmost property lines have a minimum lot size.
Minimum lot size on the perimeter of R2. Or we can do R1 on the exterior.
So you have fronts 30, still size of 10, 85 lot.
No variances, straight R2. What it would be is we'd be straight R2 per code, and the additional condition is going to be against Edenwild and against we will, if the lot abuts those two, there will be 18,000 square foot minimum. And then the new traffic stuff needs to apply, which is that the sidewalk on Kent was...
They know?
What? What? What are you talking about?
Straight R2.
18, R2.
Straight R2.
So we got 12,000 minimum, except on
Right,
one
so
side.
We'll do 18 against existing, we'll do 18 across the street. 18 against Hammond. What about 8? We're going to do 18 over here?
No, because Kent's the buffer from it. Yeah.
Hey, let Paul see that and let him tell one of his council members. See what they do.
Okay. What they're proposing. Go to R2.
No variances.
No variances. We'll do 18 along the exterior of Hammond. We'll do 18 across the street. We'll do 12 here. And we got Kent as the buffer. It would be R2, condition on the site plan, that would have 18,000 square foot lots adjacent to existing residential, the same thing over here.
No variance. Straight R2. Straight R2. The only change that we saw is my agreement with transportation was that they did not want a sidewalk in Kent because they wanted the 10-foot multi-use on each. That was the only thing I saw that was different.
We want to get Daddy. Back up.
Councilmember Wynn, Councilmember Orland should return to the dais.
You want me to talk about the setback thing? Let me know.
If we withdraw the motion, well, we've already called for a public hearing.
Put it up there and sign your name to it.
You can withdraw. I know, but
How do we, is this right?
Yeah, that's right.
you know, he needs everybody, you can withdraw.
Is that all of it? It's not showing all of it, is it?
Having said there's going to be hearing, I hate to tell you that. Yeah, it won't be. Yes, sir. You may,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
may proceed. The issue is going to be, we'll receive public comment on the deferral.
On the issue of deferral, R1's not acceptable. What we propose, though, is an R2 classification that would provide for 18,000 square foot minimums along the exterior of the property against Hammond Commons, and 18,000 square foot lots on the west side, on the front on Etris, with 12,000 square foot minimums in the center. It's an R2 zoning with no variances with those conditions. Now, how that affects the agreements that we've got with transportation and working with staff to work all that out, I think that that would be what we would do during the deferral period. We also, I think, got to be sensitive that we are faced with August the 27th is the deadline. Is that right? Isn't it August the 27th? Because that's
the next meeting.
Is that the 6th? No, well, but it's within the 65-day period.
September 10th is the 65 days.
So that's the basis on which.
Just for clarification, if you can show us this map and repeat again what your proposal is.
Okay.
And showing us on this map.
If I got a pointer? Here, let me try this. What I'm talking about is along Hammond Commons here. These would all be minimum 18,000 square foot lots, which is the minimum in Hammond Commons. The interior lots here would be 12,000 square foot as a minimum. We also will deal with the setback issue that was brought up on the, I guess that's the south side. North side. And then on the Etris Road, on the across Etris Road from the subject, all that would be 18,000 square foot minimums. So it would be R2, which would allow us the 12,000 square foot to the interior, but we would condition the zoning on 18,000, which is the R1, 18,000 square foot minimums on the exterior of the property.
I understand. All right. At this time, we'll hear from the floor about other folks who wish to comment on this motion to defer. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, sir, come forward.
Thank you. It's Darren Horvath, 376 Kent Road again. I'm not really sure what he just pointed to, and I think this needs to be clarified. He talked about interior. He talked about 18,000 square foot lots here and here, but I don't know what that means for these lots that line up along Etris Road or these lots that line up on Kent Road. Interior to me is just these 4 lots in between.
Well,
so
as he's described it, would be 18 along the back of the property and 18 along the northern side of the property, and all the rest of the lots on Etris and Kent would be 12. And across the street, they'd be 12. 18.
I don't think that's going to be acceptable to the public. I will say on a deferral issue, I don't think the public, the people that I've spoken to, want to defer the issue. They'd like to see a vote tonight. This has been a long and arduous process for everybody that's been involved. I feel that, and I think they feel that this ought to come to a conclusion this evening, if we can do that. And we ask that the council vote, and I would say that those who may be in favor of just the R1 zoning as was proposed by Council Member Diamond ought to just stand up right now out here in the public, and we'll see what the reaction is. Thank you.
Y'all may have a seat. Does anyone else wish to speak on the motion to defer? Yes, sir, come forward, give us your name and address. And you can speak a second time, because
Just
it's another...
Brad Gardner,
another round.
12210 Asbury Park Drive, Hamilton Commons. One of the staff recommendations was to increase the diameter of the one cul-de-sac in the middle to, I believe it was 60 feet in diameter. It doesn't look like that's been changed from the original plan, has it? It hasn't.
Is that a condition of...
So this drawing is not accurate.
All right, the drawing's not accurate, but it is a written condition of the motion would be adopting that condition, and that'd be part of the motion, correct, Brad?
It's code, so
it's code. All right, any other comments on deferral? Yes, sir, come forward.
Hello again. I knew I was going to get a chance to come back up here. Lee Pettit from Edenwild, HOA president. I'm speaking on behalf of our entire neighborhood to say that we would still feel very strongly that this should be R1. Given the mix of mostly R1 and E2 on Etris, I think even an R2 is a compromise and would actually not really fit with this neighborhood, with the surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you.
But you can live with R1 is what you...
We could live with R1. Yep.
All right, anyone else wish to comment? Yes, sir, come forward. Yes, sir, you're in the orange.
I'm Frank Mizuki of 930 Tyrone Place. I just have one question. How many homes would be built if the zoning is R2?
I'm not sure. They'd have to do a new site plan. I'm not sure they can be answered tonight.
Thank you.
Yes, sir? Yes, sir. You may come forward if you can answer that question.
Yeah. How many would be on the new site plan? Ken, how many would be on the new site plan?
You're talking about under your proposal with the 18 and the 12?
That's a guess. Yeah, 26 to 28.
26 under your proposal.
Yeah. I think, and I appreciate Mr. Pettit saying, R2 is not going to work. I think what y'all may be losing sight of, no one has talked about the homes. So y'all zone me R1, and somebody could come in here, I could sell a lot to some builder from the south side. He could build a 4,000 square foot box, and y'all are not going to like it. And I'm not saying that, please, I'm not saying that in the wrong way. You're not paying attention to what matters. It's not the lot size, it's the house. I've offered to raise my square footage minimums. I've offered to put in other conditions to ensure the quality of the home, to drive the home price up. I mean, that's what should really matter. What you're not paying attention to, straight R1. So I just sell a lot to a builder instead of build it myself because I don't like it. And they can come in, and a lot of builders can build at $42, $40 a square foot, and they can build that. I don't think we're paying attention to what's important. What I'm trying to do is offer you a workable plan that I can work with, okay? I can work with, and I know will work financially. And any R1 can be made to work. It's just how cheap you get with the product.
Thank you, sir. Other comments from the floor? Anyone else wish to comment? Yes, sir, come forward.
Chuck Harley, 12185 Beaches Road again, and this is just a very selfish thing. And I actually think Paul would agree with me on this. I have no idea why there has to be a dead-end street into my 2-acre property. I don't suspect anybody's going to drive into, if that's woods there, I don't know why anybody would have to have access into my 2-acre property. On the original plan, there was a cul-de-sac down there.
Now you're speaking beyond the motion to defer.
Well,
These comments are on motion to defer, not on
Well, in that case, I'd suggest you defer.
We're not going to open up the whole discussion about everything else again.
I would like to see the site plan regardless of what zoning you
decide. So you would like the defer, which we'd have to have more time to have a site plan. You would support a deferral?
I would.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, come forward.
My name is Dennis Motzmo. I live in Wexford. And if you want me to talk about deferral, I suggest you don't defer. We heard everything that everybody has to say, and I think you're losing the point. It's not the house, it's the residents who currently live there.
You need to speak to me, and
it's the residents who currently live there is what matters. That's what matters. We live there now.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and I don't want to speak for everybody else, but I agree with R1. That kind of goes in the plan with everything else. But to defer would just to bring it all back to what we just did all night tonight. And I don't think anybody wants to come back and do that again.
I love having y'all down here. It's what I live for. Yes, sir, come forward. I love it when this room's full.
Kevin Caldwell again. I think you have two choices. I think we do R1 tonight, or we defer and you come back with a different site plan if you're not willing to compromise to R1. And you know what? It's really too bad.
Kevin, you need to talk to me.
It's too bad that these guys have spent all this money and all our time and all your time tonight and thrown the compromise in at the last minute, because we probably could have fixed this a lot earlier on. So I think it boils down to take R1 tonight or walk away and come back.
Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, come forward, please.
I was going to stand up and say I'm okay with R1 with a modification of no entrance on Kent Road and the signs back up that say no through street. But when Mr. Corley got up here and started telling you that if you didn't give him what he wanted, he could sell the property to another builder and build a big box, that really changed my mind, because he's here telling you what to do and scaring you into doing it. So that bully word that was used before, it really sticks.
Yes, sir, come forward.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Charles Williams. I sent you all an email. And one of the points that I made in that email that I sent you all was developers go out of business. Now, everyone wants R1. The developer actually made a very good point. You can do anything with that. You can put a little box on there. You can make it 1,000 square feet. You can make it 400 square feet. It doesn't make any difference. It's the quality of the product. I'm not willing. I want to defer because I want to know what the heck we're signing up for. I want to know in detail. That's great. You can do all that stuff up there, and we can talk about this and make this deal. And then a few months down the line, what will we have? I want to know what we're getting. And you know what? I'll be back here for this because this is important to me. This is very important to me. I came into Roswell years ago in 1998, and this is where I wanted to live with my daughters and my family. I want to stay here, but I want my property values to be maintained. I have nothing against the developer making money. I'm a capitalist. I want the developer to make money. I want the individual who owns that property to make money. However, I don't think we should sacrifice hundreds of homeowners who are here for them to make the dollars that they want, because there are more of us than there are of them. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, sir. Come forward, please.
Dave Rittenhouse, Wexford, and several of the homeowners in Wexford have already spoken in favor of R1. That's the position that I and the homeowners of Wexford think this property should be developed at, as it was initially suggested by Councilwoman Diamond. Thank you.
Yes, come forward, please.
Cheryl Henleben, Hamilton Commons. The homeowners that I've spoken with from Hamilton Commons tonight would like to see it zoned only R1, no R2.
Tracy Saklaris, Edenwild. Just a quick question for clarification. If you zone it R1, does the developer not have to come in and present a plan still? I mean, are we not somewhat protected from what he came in telling us that we would have no protection against?
Brad, if you'll respond to that.
Once it's zoned R1, with this particular proposal, it needs to meet the minimum criteria. There needs to be still a preliminary plat process, a land disturbance permit process, and a final plat process that it still goes through before you can sell homes.
For land use, but as far as like the architecture and all of that, does it still go for
The
any kind
city
of...
doesn't review residential architecture.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Anyone else wish to comment? Yes, sir. Come forward, please.
Terry Santo, Edenwild. Just have a question. If you were to approve for R1 tonight, it seems to me to be pretty restrictive. Everybody generally agrees with that. Does not the developer have the opportunity to then reapply if he was to come in with a specific plan and ask for R2 zoning?
Strickland, what would be the... Mr. Townsend, he would have the opportunity to apply for rezoning.
Yeah.
Is there any time period that he has to wait?
The only time period is if there's a denial, I believe.
So he could come in and apply for a new zone?
Right.
Yes, sir.
So my recommendation would be to go with the R1. I think everybody in this room generally, it seems to me, could live with that. It's then upon the developer, then he has a choice. He can come back in, present more specifics if he chose to do so. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, sir. I will give you an opportunity for closing.
Well, I think you heard enough from me tonight. We just want to reaffirm that R1 is not acceptable. We think it's unconstitutional. We reaffirm our constitutional notice for that. We would support a deferral. We would support a deferral, though, to explore the opportunities under R2 for the purposes as we set forth earlier, with the larger lots around the exterior, to give us an opportunity to, if there's a problem with a smaller lot, we're going to absorb that within the subdivision rather than having it around the exterior of the site.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Come forward. If you wish to speak, I want you on the front row. If you're not on the front row, I'm not going to recognize you after this gentleman.
Thank you. My name is Doug Lucas, and I live at 12550 Etris Road. And I've been sitting in the back listening and trying to hear both sides. And toward the end, in the last comments I've been hearing, it almost seems like we're negotiating our quality of life, our home standards, the value of our homes, the community in which we live in. I don't think that should be negotiated. I tell my daughters, I have three, one's 11, 12, and 15, if something's not right, or if it doesn't feel right, don't force it. It seems like we're trying to squeeze a round peg into a square hole. The community that's being discussed initially...
Here's the issue at the table, deferral or not.
I'm getting to that.
Okay, good.
And so the discussion about the community initially is just not properly placed. It's not in the right place. Somewhere else in Roswell, it might be in the right place. So there is no need to defer. The issue here is something's been handed out, R1, that seemed to fit the scenario of the area where you can put the round peg into the round hole. If that's not the case, and there's not an interest in building quality homes that fit that scenario, then maybe this is not the place. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Anybody have a point that has not been made? Public hearing on deferral is closed. I'll return to Councilman Eichelhardt and ask him how he wishes to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My reason for asking for that was because I think we owe it to everyone to understand what it is that we are voting for, and there is some uncertainty as to some aspects of what we're talking about. But in our short break there, I had a quick chance to talk to our attorney, and I feel confident that ultimately it will work out. We may or may not have a site plan, but it follows all the things that we'll have to follow within R1, and I think that's what everyone has asked for tonight and what we keep talking about. So I will withdraw the motion to defer.
Mr. DiPolito, are you withdrawing your second?
I am.
All right, so we're back to the main motion, and if we would repeat the motion in the interest of refreshing everybody's memory.
I'd like to thank everybody. We've got 4 or 5 more things on the agenda, so be sure and hang out with us for a little while. It gets better as the night goes on. I wanted to, let's see, I'm moving to approve a resolution to grant approval for the property in land lot 1236 of the 1st District, 2nd Section, containing 16.159 acres of the requested zoning to R1 District to allow single-family homes. And included in that motion is a condition of site plan approval by council, a 30-foot buffer on the north side of the property, and the 15 conditions cited by staff. Does that do it?
We have a motion. Townsend, is that?
That's fine.
That's
No
understood. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Councilmember Wynn. Further discussion. Councilman Orleans.
I just want to follow up. Some people took offense at what Mr. Corley said, but he has some valid points. I've been on the council for 20 years. I've seen a lot of different developments come in and a lot of different quality come in. I was in favor of the R1 for tonight to get it settled to fit for legal reasons, for whatever. But it's true what he said. You can get a very cheap project on a very large lot, or you can get a very good project on a smaller lot. I think it would have been worth taking a deferral tonight to have a discussion on R2 so that it wasn't sitting out there unknown. But it appears we're headed for the approval of the R1. But if he decides to try to come back and work with an R2, I would hope that the presidents of these homeowner associations and the people that have got up here tonight and talked, and the people that have been communicating with us, will take a little bit of time to sit down with them, because you do want quality builders and quality developers working in your area. You don't want, tell me, trust me, there are companies that they just mention the company's name coming in for development. I'd try to be creative on how to stop them because of the type of work they do. So just pay attention to that and don't take offense at what he was saying. It's very true. You could sell the lots and you could have any kind of builder come in and just put up a house, and the quality will not be there and the price will not be there. Just food for thought.
Any additional comments before we take a vote? We're going to be taking another 5-minute recess after this vote. All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. 5-minute recess to clear this room and we'll come back.
developing the Gateway CPC? You're sticking with the existing alignment? Or you haven't decided?
I mean, we haven't formally, I mean, it certainly looks like it's moving in that direction. So I don't think there's any appetite for a one-way pairing. Is that good?
It's fine with me.
Is there something?
We gotta talk. You gonna make it happen.
I'm gonna make it happen. I'm gonna make it happen.
You got 4 things to make happen. Boom, 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 boom. I'll tell you what, I'll disagree with you. Oh, she got to fall asleep. You all right? I'm gonna come ready to ask you something. Just wait right there.
All right. I think I can write up this motion. Another day, another dollar. You take care of yourself. It's good seeing
Councilman Orleans, if you'll return, we'll conclude this meeting. Yeah, this thing, wow. It just doesn't make enough noise when you need this to fill this room. Jerry, come on, let's go.
I vote for deferral.
The rest of it. No, I have a few comments.
Welcome to the diehards that are still out there.
But there is life outside of the subdivision you live in.
All right, you may proceed. Nancy, if you'll call the next agenda item.
Okay. This is approval of a resolution to accept the Strategic Economic Development Plan, the SEDP, for the City of Roswell. Ms. Alice Wakefield is here.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Diamond, Mayor, and Council. What we have before you is a resolution requesting that you accept the Strategic Economic Development Plan. This planning effort started in January of 2011. We thought it was going to be a 9-month process, but it turned into a year and a half. This plan is basically a menu of economic development strategies that fit Roswell and how we can facilitate economic development in the city. In order to assist staff and the consultant with that effort, 24-member advisory committee was established, and I do have one member here that's still here. We had a few others earlier, but I think they had to go home, that worked with the staff and the consultant to put together this document. This document is a laundry list of those economic development activity. Some of the most important things that we have in this document is the target industries that the city should and could market, and also the implementation strategy. The implementation strategy is very comprehensive. It serves as a reference, a menu, and a marketing tool. With the acceptance of this document, it does not obligate the city to do anything. However, it does provide a great guidebook for the Roswell Business Alliance, which will be assuming the duties of economic development for the city. The next step will be for the RBA along with the DDA and city staff to work on the work plan. And we have Mr. Steve Strout here from the RBA, and basically this becomes his document, and we look forward to working with him and to move it forward.
Mr. Strout would come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
What is the first step beyond a plan? What is the first concrete step that we're going to see?
Well, the first concrete step is one of your committee members, Mr. Tom Ladow, is the new chairman of the appointed committee by the Roswell Convention and Visitors Bureau Board. Tom will be assisted by Paula Delia, Alex Paulson, Bill Hardman, Brian Chamberlain, and Ken Davis. And that committee, I will also sit on that committee. We will work with staff and we will work with DDA to put together off of this menu the implementation plan to try to move forward.
When I talk to staff and there's a proposal, I always ask them for when can I expect this plan?
Well, we're
not, sometime in the distant future, but I want to have a date in which a target date. What is your target date to have this plan back to this council?
Well, we're going to bring back a proposal, or not a proposal, but we will be, as the RBA, back at work session on September 24th, and that will give ample time for our committee. And Mr. Ladow and I have been talking, and we will have a report for you on the 24th of September.
We'll have a report on the 24th.
4th of September.
And that report will tell us
where we're going.
Where we're going. Good
with
to have
economic
a date.
development.
It's good to have an active committee, and I look forward to the report on the 24th of
Yeah, but there will be some, Mr. Mayor and Council, there are some things that are going to be coming back to you in the next couple of work sessions at Council that are on the plan that we're going to try to initiate with staff. Many of the items have been highlighted. We're already implementing through RBA. We'll give you a report on that. We've already highlighted. Councilman Diamond knows that. Ms. Love knows that. So we will highlight those so you'll know what ones we've already implemented in the last 8 months prior to the September 24th meeting.
Thank you, sir. Are there any more questions for Mr. Stroud or Alice? Do we have? Yes.
I just have a quick comment. In addition to this, the Executive Board has asked for some guidance from Mayor and Council on priorities, so you may see a dot exercise or something similar coming your way in the near future.
Dots. Pink dots.
Green dots, black dots, red
and
dots.
pink dots.
You can pick the color. We'll let you
Green dots for go. All right.
We're on go.
So, do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Move to approve the Strategic Economic Development Plan by Councilmember Diamond. Is there a second? Second. Second by Councilmember Orleans. Now we have questions. Councilmember Price.
I think on the agenda, it was to accept the plan.
That's correct. This is a motion to accept the plan.
Was to accept the plan,
Not approve. I apologize. It would be motion to accept.
Well, it wasn't, but is that what it's going to be now?
It is now a motion to accept.
All right, thank you.
We have a motion and a second to accept the plan. Any further discussion? Anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Just come forward, please.
Just one quick question, Janet Russell. Where's there a hard copy of this so we can read it?
Give her that copy.
All right, here's a hard copy. Anyone else have any questions or comments? Any further discussion by council? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I was rereading this for the 10th time, I think, it really stood out to me that the first guiding principle that we list is to enhance the quality of life for Roswell businesses and residents, and I think that's just an important component of this, and I wanted to point that out again, because we keep talking about economic development, but one of the main purposes of this is to enhance the quality of life, so I just wanted to emphasize that this evening.
Any additional comments before we take a vote? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
Okay, the next item is approval of a resolution to accept the Historic Gateway Master Plan project completed by Dwani Platter, Zyberk and Company. DPZ. Ms. Wakefield.
Yes, this is a request asking for a resolution to be approved to accept the Historic Gateway Master Plan. The Gateway Master Plan was a plan that was to follow up the efforts of the Transportation Department as they look at South Atlanta Street and the lights. This plan has been vetted in the community with Mr. Dwani himself and Scott Ball. There have been several meetings. This plan includes a master plan, design standards, cultural resources, historic district design guidelines, the urban score, land use analysis of the one-way pair alignment options, and a revision to the design guidelines that were the historic design guidelines that were prepared by the Georgia State University. We have had ARC to do a preliminary review of the master plan, and they have found that it meets the criteria set forth in their scope of work. That's important that this matter is accepted by mayor and council so that we can then forward this on to ARC, because the next step beyond this is a comprehensive update of the Atlanta Street LCI as required by ARC, and we'll also probably be looking at combining Midtown with that. The next step in terms of the Historic Gateway Master Plan, as you all know, the Transportation Department, working with a community development, is looking at some of the various sketches and doing a little more detailed work on those items. We're also going to be sending the design guidelines and the recommendations to Core Studio as they move forward with doing the analysis and doing the rewrite of the zoning ordinance. Community development will continue to work with transportation on those transportation elements that came out of this plan. We're also going to be asking the Historic Commission to provide some recommendations as it relates to the recommendations for the Historic District Design Guidelines, so those two can be incorporated in the rewrite of the zoning ordinance. With that said, we ask that this resolution be approved.
Do we have a motion?
Move to accept the resolution.
Do we have a second? Second by Councilmember Price, motion by Councilmember Diamond. One thing that I would like to look at, it was a small recommendation, but I think it would be not expensive and time-consuming to implement if we chose to do so, and that was to modify the view from Mimosa to Bullock Hall by lowering the grade. I thought it was a good idea. I'm not sure where council stands, but I'd like you all to bring that forward perhaps to the committee for discussion of changing he talked about maybe some more limbing up of some trees to improve the view, and I think that would be if the council chose to implement that part of the recommendation, it would be simple and quick. So I'd like to bring that forward.
We will coordinate that with Rec and Park.
Further discussion. Does anyone? Yes, Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are we also approving the design standards in here?
We're not approving, we're accepting.
You're accepting all of the components that were submitted by DPZ, and we will then take those and rework them and incorporate them into the rewrite of the zoning ordinance.
My concern is that we spent a year and a half coming up with design standards for Groveway, and I don't know that we've even officially had a work session on these design standards.
No, sir. That's why we're only accepting them for the purposes of sending it to ARC.
Okay. And then my other question was with respect to the one-way pair. I see they did a land use analysis, and all of their analysis was negative. So I guess we're accepting that as part of the report as well.
Well, You're not agreeing to it necessarily, but you are accepting the consultant's opinion. As I said, what staff will do, community development staff will continue to work with the Department of Transportation on that.
Well, I know we have some gentlemen in the audience who are
Yes, sir.
particularly concerned about the one-way pair, and I just want to point out that we do have probably about 12 bullet points here, all of which are in opposition to the one-way pair, that have been presented by the consultant.
All right, anyone on the floor wish to comment? Come forward, please.
I was very concerned. Janet Russell. When I talked to Andres Duani, he and I had some very long conversations. We're really lucky that he came to this city and did all this work for free. Not many people get that. He was totally opposed to the one-way pairs. And then I turned around and I sat on that citizen committee for 18 months, the other historic Gateway Committee. What a waste of a citizen's time, because everything they decided was completely against what he decided, which I love what he did. But I want to be on the record as opposed to the one-way pairs as well. And the reason I'm against them are about fourfold, but I'll tell you a couple. One is, if you have a fire engine that has to go down that street to get to a fire, they can't go down the wrong way to get to the fire on the other side of the street. And since none of you live in that area, and it's not just about commuters, I want to remind you of these little common factors called life. Secondly, that's a school bus route, and you can't have school buses going one way, going all the way down, cutting across, and going back.
Ms. Russell, if you could give me a moment. The council has already abandoned the one-way.
Well, she just said it was in the record. Excuse me, Mayor, but I heard one-way pairs pop out like a bright fluorescent word.
The record, but the record will also reflect that the council, at the last time they were polled, had abandoned that option, and we're looking now at the corridor without...
Whatever. Okay, that's fine, but I wanted to be...
But before you spend too much time...
Well, I know you're really tired and everybody needs graham crackers and milk and their fuzzy blanket and go home. I understand that, but I'm here too, and I have to work in the morning just like everybody else. And believe it or not, this is as important as the 3 hours we just spent listening to those people worried about their property values and their bucolic way of life on dirt roads.
The council has agreed
Got it?
The council has agreed with your position, and they are no longer in support of the one.
Well, then it needs to be stricken from this acceptance of this, because she just said one-way pairs was in there, and I heard it.
If I may, let me
I
clarify.
apologize if we misstated.
It must be late, because it was not my intent to say one-way pairs was accepted. I basically, when Councilmember DiPolito raised the issue that there was an analysis that was done by DPZ not supporting it, and that is in the document. No way does the master plan, at least for community development standpoint, is taking a position one way or the other regarding the one-way pairs or the current alignment. So we are following the lead of the Department of Transportation and this council. And if this council's decision is that one-way pairs are not supported, then one-way pairs are not supported. So that was that. Again, it must be late. I misspoke, but that was not basically what I thought I said.
If we misspoke, but the one-way pair does not have the last time this council was polled, it did not have their support. So we're no longer pursuing the one-way pair. All right. Anyone else from the floor wish to comment? Yes, sir. Come forward, please.
I'm Kareem Abood, Roswell.
I appreciate your sticking around this long.
Yes, I went through. It was a good exercise. But I just want to commend you for approving the removal of the one-way pair disaster from our neighborhood.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Does anyone else wish to speak on this? Any further discussion before we take a vote? We had a motion. We had a second to not to approve but to accept. There is a motion to accept. All in favor? That's unanimous.
And before I go too far on this, I would like to commend community development staff. They have been doing amazing things in the last year with the Gateway Master Plan, the Strategic Economic Development Plan, rewriting our code, outsourcing code enforcement and building inspection, and redoing all their computers as well as their day-to-day jobs. So I'm amazed every day and appreciate that you still answer the phone. The next item is approval of an amendment to Chapter 14, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs, and Chapter 15, Reserved of the City of Roswell Code of Ordinances, and this will be the second reading. Ms. Wakefield.
Okay, this is the second reading of a comprehensive amendment to the code dealing with special events. The provisions related to special events, they are currently in Chapter 14, which is Park, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. This ordinance asks that Chapter 15, which is currently reserved, be utilized for special events in conjunction with use of city facilities and film permits. As was mentioned by Councilmember Diamond, this is the second read. The first reading of this matter was on July the 23rd. And I'll briefly go through what is included. It includes a clear definition of special events, an exemption, what's required in an application, and the major component of this ordinance is an application for sponsorship and city resources in conjunction with special events. The issue that came up at the first reading was the council wanted some type of flexibility related to the deadline for those applicants for sponsorship. We did research to see what similar cities asked for, required in those situations, and we came up with, and I'll put this on the overhead, we added a section on page 4 under section 15.1.9, and it's the last sentence of that section A. In special circumstances as determined in the sole discretion of the mayor and city council, applicants for sponsorship may be accepted after the deadline for first-time applicant up to 60 days prior to the event. And we think that this, there it is. That sentence would give the flexibility and give mayor and council the discretion to waive that deadline such that those applicants that were not aware of the deadline for sponsorship to be considered. And with that, staff would ask that this ordinance be approved. We will be coming back to you at a later date dealing with city facility use, film and video production, and seasonal business and temporary uses.
When does this become effective?
It's immediately. Today.
So it would become effective upon passage, and when is their deadline the next deadline?
The deadline for this will not come into play in terms of sponsorship until, and I know I had it here, those events that will occur March 1st to June 30th.
Just so I understand this, we passed this tonight, and if you have an event between March and June
of next year,
right? So if your event is in December,
that's correct.
You don't go through this process.
No,
but
sir.
It's from March to June, you go through this process, and from then on, you go through this process.
Sir.
So there's plenty of time for folks to become familiar with this and for us to get the word out.
Yes, sir. We have a letter that we're sending out to every special event applicant. We also have a meeting for, I think it's August the 28th, where we're going to be inviting all of those applicants to come in so we can explain the process to them and educate them on the new changes.
Thank you. Does the council have any questions? Councilmember Price.
I know we talked about this at the first reading, and now that I look at it, I'm wondering if we did the right thing. And that's the last line in section 15.1.1, the very last sentence where it says, "Private social gatherings which make no use of city streets other than law are not included." Maybe, should that just be under exemptions instead? Just move it down into 15.1.2?
That's entirely up to this body. We can put it in exemptions, just clarify that if you're having a private gathering, you're not utilizing the city street, you're not subject to this regulation.
Or just private social gatherings would make no use. And then you don't need to put are not included, because it'd be under exemptions. And I was wondering, does that include like a if you have a cul-de-sac party?
That's the city street.
So you cannot, a cul-de-sac party is not allowed in any situation?
No, you'd have to get
they are allowed. They just come in and get an application. Oftentimes,
we just don't tell you all the time.
Well, that's true. But for those that do tell us, they come in, they fill out the application. We meet with PD and sometimes transportation, and usually that's handled pretty quickly.
My recommendation is do it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Aguilar.
Just one question about what Councilmember Price just said, and I generally think it's okay, but if you're reading this and you're saying, it says no one can conduct a special event without first having to obtain a permit, then I think you might have the same question, well, what if we just have it in the corner of our street, whatever? And this second sentence kind of is the follow-up to say, but don't worry if you're just having something that's not a big deal. So I think there actually is maybe a purpose for having it right there as opposed to somewhere later.
You can put it in both places if you want to be careful.
Maybe that first sentence could just be deleted because it's redundant.
Well, let's put it in both. Let's not get into a debate on drafting here at this late in the evening. We'll lose ground. All right. We have, Mr. Davidson, if you'd read the ordinance.
Thank you. This ordinance of the City of Roswell, Georgia, to amend Chapter 14, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs, and Chapter 15, Reserved. Now therefore be it ordained, and is hereby ordained, that Chapter 14, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs, and Chapter 15, Reserved of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell is amended as follows. The Roswell Code of Ordinances is hereby amended by deleting Section 14.3, Special Events, and establishing a new Chapter 15, Special Events, Filming, and Public Use of City Facilities, including Section 15.1, Special Events, to read as follows. Text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this would be the second reading.
Do we have a motion to approve the second reading?
Move to approve second reading.
Do we have a second? Second, motion by Councilmember Diamond, second by Councilmember Wynn. Does anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Yes, come forward, please.
So sorry, but if I'm going to stay this late, I have two questions. Page 4, section 15.1.9, number 8. The event is sponsored by a nonprofit organization, and at least 50% of the proceeds will go to a nonprofit organization. Who is going to monitor how much money went to the nonprofit organization? What is the reporting on that? Who do they report it to, and who's going to check it and make sure it's true? And secondly, do we have a limit on how many sponsorships this city's going to do? Because I thought I remembered hearing that in a budget discussion one time, that we were going to limit how many city-sponsored events we would partner with
We have
organizations.
a budget amount, not a number.
A budget amount, rather than...
We have a budget amount which
Okay.
we budget, and if you exceed that, the council would have to have
Okay, I just remembered you guys talking about
we're limited by
controlling
budget.
it, and I wanted to know if you were going to say each...
As far as the reporting, we would have the option of checking on doing it, but not the obligation. So my expectation is we're familiar with a lot of these organizations. We have members that serve on those organizations. But if a question arose, we could do an audit.
Okay, so do we ask when they want to be a sponsor, do we ask for proof of their 501c3 certificate and their tax? I think that's important.
The answer
We have a
is
lot of things out there, people saying they're nonprofit, but they're really not nonprofit, they just aren't making any money.
Some we are familiar with, and some we question.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of them out there.
We can exercise discretion in those in which we will look into further.
Okay, and my other question is regarding, I don't know where it was, special event defined, permit required. Does this apply to a Live After 5? and make sure that they have to get permits for next March now?
We're getting a nod from our guru.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Nod would be a nod of yes, not a nod of no.
You're tired, so I wasn't sure if you were nodding off or nodding yes.
I'm just nodding. All right, anyone else have any questions? We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion by council? Councilmember Price.
I'd just like to amend the motion to delete the final sentence in 15.1.1 and add it as G in section 15.1.2.
Is there a second to that motion? First, Mr. Davidson, as having read this, do you think that is essential, or do you think that is optional? Do you think it's currently clear, or that this needs to be done to make it clearer?
Well, I think it's in there to clarify the sentence before it, so I think it's clear the way it is now. However, if you want to put it in the exemptions, that's fine too.
Well, I mean, everything in the exemptions could follow that sentence.
All right, why don't we do this, just to keep everybody happy? Mr. Davidson, could we put it there and in the exemptions?
See, that's what I said.
All right, so let's put it there and in the exemptions, and it's a win-win situation. Is there a second?
That was my motion, by the way.
Is there a second to include it in the exemptions?
Second.
All right, we have a second. All in favor of the second of the motion to include it in the exemptions and where it is right now? It's to make sure that no one is confused and say vote in favor. That passes. All right, all in favor of the amended second reading of the ordinance with that change, raise their hands. Passes. We're unanimous. We're adjourned. We're not going to have any discussion of real estate. Oh, we got one more? All right. I'm jumping the gun. We're not going to discuss real estate tonight.
One more, and then I'm not speaking anymore. This is approval of an amendment to Chapter 5, Article 5.3, Building and Technical Codes, and Section 5.4.39, Required Inspections of the City of Roswell Code of Ordinance. This would be the first reading. Ms. Wakefield.
This is the first reading. This matter was discovered as we have moved forward with the transition of building codes and code enforcement. This is to update Chapter 5 to reflect the most current Georgia state minimum codes, to reflect the required inspection as related to those codes, and to make some changes where it says chief building inspector to chief building official, which was approved last week. We ask that this first reading be approved, and we would need to bring the second reading back at the next mayor and council meeting.
Mr. Davis, if you read the ordinance, please.
Thank you. This is ordinance of the City of Roswell, Georgia to amend sections 5.3.1, 5.3.2, 5.3.3, 5.3.5, 5.3.6, 5.3.9, and I think it's 5.3.11, 5.3.12, and 5.4.39 of Chapter 5, Building and Construction of the City Ordinances. Now therefore be it ordained by the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, hereby adopt the following ordinance. Chapter 5, Building and Construction is amended as included herein by reference, and if approved, this be the first reading.
We have a motion.
Move to approve first reading.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Diamond, second by Councilmember Eichelhart. Does anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Councilmember Price, are you voting? All right, all in favor? That'd be Councilmember Orleans, Eichelhart, Wynn, DiPolito, and Diamond. All opposed. Councilmember Price passes 5-1. We're adjourned. No closure.